Good afternoon, everybody. It is Steve Lookner with Agenda Free TV. We are bringing you live coverage. Ooh, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to put something else up on the screen as well that I have here. Hold on. Bringing you more live coverage of the war in the Middle East. There is extensive damage at a major gas field in Qatar after an Iranian attack. That comes after Israel reportedly attacked a major gas field in Iran. So we want to bring you the latest updates on what is going on. We have some sort of Iranian state TV feed, which is of rallies in Iran. It's Iranian state TV. Uh-oh, it just went off. Is it going to stay on or not? So I had that up here. Well, if we get it back, I'll here it says further live coverage is expected. I believe earlier in the day there were some funerals for prominent figures in Iran. So I'll keep an eye on that. Yeah, so let me show you something here. Iran threatens Gulf energy targets after huge gas field in Iran was struck. And what's happened is, the last hour or so, we've heard that I believe it's the world's largest gas refinery has been attacked in Qatar. So we're going to get you updates on that. I'll actually show you. They posted about it. The Qatar Energy. It says Qatar Energy says confirms that Ras Laffan Industrial City this evening has been the subject of missile attacks. Emergency response teams were deployed immediately to contain the resulting fires, plural, as extensive damage has been caused at Ras Laffan. And I don't know exactly what was hit, but Bloomberg says Qatar reports extensive damage at site of Ras Laffan LNG plant. Ras Laffan Industrial City, it's a Qatari industrial hub administered by Qatar Energy. Ras Laffan Industrial City is Qatar's main site for the production of liquefied natural gas and gas to liquid. So again, this is their main liquefied natural gas and gas to liquid site. And there's been extensive damage caused there by an Iranian attack. And that is after earlier today, a huge gas field in Iran was struck. So I want to take some comments from you guys. I want to bring you updates here. Thanks to our moderators. We have moderating Beth Mythical, Leslie Ladyhawk over there on YouTube. Oh, give me 1 second here. Give me 1 second here. Okay. Thanks also to our moderators on Twitch, Matthew Kohai 3, Surly Dev, and Tariag. A big thank you. Thanks also KCXO for subscribing on Twitch. Linda Belk, Larry, and Misha moderate for us over on X. And thank you so much to Surly Dev, Kay Lowry Body, and Margaret Riley are moderating over there on Facebook. Thank you. Thanks Barry Eisler, Kristen McConnell Gates for subscribing over there on Facebook. Christy Claft as well. Hey, thanks Fred Witherow for your support. Also, thank you to Thomas PO419 for the memberships from Sweden. That's really nice of you, Thomas. Thank you. Also, and Thomas gave up some more memberships. Hey, Thomas PO419, thank you so much for all the memberships, Thomas. Thanks also, North, for being a member. And hold on a moment here. One moment. And Nick Rose. Nick says, will this start World War III? Well, I don't know where this is all going, Nick. I mean, we're certainly a ways from World War III at this point, but certainly there's a concern things could escalate, and we don't know where this is all going. We don't know if President Trump will be using ground forces, for example, to try to, say, take Karg Island or forcibly unblock the Strait of Hormuz. So that remains to be seen. Thank you, Nick Rose. Thank you, Laud Will, and I Am Charlie. I really appreciate it. And What Clock, our new member. Let's talk for a second about, so again, in Qatar, their major liquefied natural gas production site has extensive damage from an Iranian attack. Al Jazeera says Ras Laffan is the area is home to the world's largest liquefied natural gas production facility. Also, the UAE posted a few minutes ago that they are responding to incoming missile and drone threats from Iran in the UAE. You can see here, Qatar has posted this. This is from Qatar. Qatar condemns and denounces blatant Iranian attack on Ras Laffan industrial city. I'm probably pronouncing that wrong. Give me a moment here. I don't know if I'll figure out the right way quickly, but I think it might be Ras Laffan, or is it Laffan? I'm seeing one site online that says it's Ras Laffan. We can try that. Anyways, you can bear with me. It's if I pronounce it wrong, I pronounce it wrong. I've seen it two different ways. Ras Laffan and Ras Laffan. Anyways, here's what Qatar said about it. The state of Qatar expressed its strong condemnation and denunciation of the blatant Iranian attack targeting Ras Laffan industrial city, which caused fires, plural, resulting in significant damage to the facility. What's the exact damage? I can't tell you. The state of Qatar described the attack as a dangerous escalation, a flagrant violation of state sovereignty, and a direct threat to its national security and regional stability. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs affirmed that despite Qatar's policy of distancing itself from this war since its outset and its commitment to avoiding any escalation, the Iranian side continues to target it and neighboring countries in an irresponsible approach that undermines regional security and threatens international peace. The ministry stressed that Qatar has repeatedly called for the need to refrain from targeting civilian and energy facilities, including within the territory of Iran, in order to preserve the resources of the region's peoples and safeguard international peace and security. However, the Iranian side, says Qatar, continues its escalatory policies that are pushing the region toward the brink and drawing countries not party to this crisis into the conflict zone. The ministry affirmed that this attack constitutes a violation of UN Security Council Resolution number 2817 and renewing its call on the Council to assume its responsibilities in maintaining international peace and security and to take the necessary measures to stop these serious violations and deter their perpetrators. The ministry also reiterated that the state of Qatar reserves the right to respond. Did I thank Fred Witherow, by the way? Thanks, Fred Witherow, for your support, too, over on X. Again, this attack on this major gas facility, this major gas facility, major gas field in, actually, I've seen it described as a gas field and a gas facility. What's the best way to describe this here for my headline? This comes after an attack on an Iranian gas field earlier today. I'm seeing LNG hub. Gas hub. I'll call it a gas hub. I'm also seeing described as a gas export plant. Hold on. One moment here. Roslofen, Reuters says, is an energy industry hub and hosts several international companies. I'll say gas. It's not liquefied natural gas. We're not talking about gasoline for cars. Qatar's I got to get you updates here. I just saw a new story about this. Hold on one moment. Please give me one moment here. All right, so Reuters reports, just so you know, that Qatar's Roslofen LNG installations are being evacuated. Iran had issued an evacuation warning for several oil facilities across Saudi Arabia, the UAE, and Qatar today, including Roslofen complex, saying that they would be targeted by strikes in the coming hours. That is after this happened. That's after this happened. You can see here, hold on. Iran threatens Gulf energy targets after huge gas field in Iran is struck. So just to update you here, you can see Reuters says Iran's huge Pars gas field was hit today, a major escalation in the U.S.-Israeli war against Iran, prompting Tehran to announce it would respond with attacks on oil and gas targets throughout the Gulf. Oil prices shot up after the attack, right now, I'm going to peek over here and see what I'm seeing for oil prices right now. I am seeing Brent crude is 109. Wow. Brent crude is around 109 right now, and WTI crude is around 98. Oil prices shot up after the attack in a conflict that has already halted shipping from the world's most important energy-producing region and could now bring lasting damage to its infrastructure. Benchmark crude prices rose about 5% to above 108. Stock markets veered lower. Pars oil field, which was hit today, apparently by Israel, is the Iranian sector. I don't know if it was Israel, U.S. I saw some reports that it was Israel, but not positive. Pars is the Iranian sector of the world's largest natural gas deposit, which Iran shares with Qatar across the Gulf. Iran's Fars news agency reported that gas tanks and parts of a refinery had been hit at Pars. Workers had been evacuated to a safe location and emergency crews were trying to put out a fire. State media later said the fire was under control. The attack was widely reported in Israeli media to have been carried out with U.S. consent, although neither country acknowledged immediate responsibility. Qatar, a close U.S. ally, which hosts the largest U.S. airbase in the region, blamed the attack on the Pars airfield in Iran. Qatar blamed it on Israel, without mentioning any U.S. role. The Qatari foreign ministry spokesman called the attack on Iran's Pars field, dangerous and irresponsible escalation that put global energy security at risk. The UAE also denounced the attack. Iran then listed an array of prominent regional oil and gas targets belonging to Saudi Arabia, the UAE, and Qatar, which it said were now direct and legitimate targets and should be evacuated at once before it struck them in the coming hours. And one of those targets was the Ras Laffan gas hub in Qatar. And now that has been attacked by Iran, as we've been telling you. Previously, during nearly 3 weeks of war, the U.S. and Israel had held back from targeting Iran's energy production facilities in the Gulf, averting Iranian retaliation against the oil and gas industries of its neighbors. But now that has changed. Bill Huang, our viewer, says Bibi opened up a can of worms. Let's see here. J. Weed Tech says, can we expect a global recession coming? Hang on a moment here. So, big developments with attacks on energy production facilities happening today. First, an apparent Israeli attack on an Iranian gas field, and now Iran striking back with a attack causing extensive damage at a major gas hub, LNG hub in Qatar. Hey, thanks so much to Thomas P409. Sorry, Thomas P0419 from Sweden. That's so nice of you. And thanks for shouting out our moderators, Thomas. I appreciate that. Thank you. Hey, also, 86 GOP Forever gave 50 memberships to people in our chat. That's so kind of you. Make sure you thank 86 or Thomas or anybody else who might have given you a membership if you got a gift membership. Thank you so much, 86. That's really generous of you. Thanks also, What Clock, for your support. I think I thanked Shackled Text before. Let me see if I have... so are we going to see further tonight Iranian attacks on other energy-related targets. We'll have to see. I got to check here. Hugo Lowell says, is this an AP report? Hold on a second. I saw an AP report. Give me a moment here. Reporter Hugo Lowell says there's an AP report that says U.S. diplomatic facility close to Baghdad airport targeted with Katyusha rockets, sirens heard from facility. I'll keep an eye on that. Saudi Arabia just posted right now interception and destruction of 5 drones that attempted to approach one of the energy facilities in the eastern region. Wait, when was that posted? That was posted 3 minutes ago in Saudi Arabia. 5 drones attempted to approach one of the energy facilities in the eastern region. Also, Fatux News pointed out, thanks to Fatux News for pointing this out, that there's a new story in Khan News Israel today. Khan News Israel says Israel is detecting a buildup of American forces in the region in preparation for a military operation to end the blockade of the Strait of Hormuz. An Israeli source estimated the campaign would last several weeks. So again, that's a new report from Israel's Khan News. Khan News Israel says Israel is detecting preparatory activity by the Trump administration to take control of the Strait of Hormuz, including a buildup of forces. Such a move is expected to last about 2 weeks, says Khan News. I mean, I don't know if that's going to happen. We'll have to see. Our viewer Mortz thinks it's not settling down anytime soon, this situation. Give me a moment here. I'm just getting some updates. But escalation in terms of attack on energy facilities on both sides today. Oh, by the way, also Fatux News mentioned this was about a half hour ago. The Qatari Ministry of Defense said that 2 more missiles were launched at Ras Laffan Industrial City. That is this LNG hub, which has already been attacked by Iran tonight and has suffered extensive damage. But they did, I guess they fired 2 more missiles at it. Qatar said it intercepted the missiles. Oh, I just saw something about what Iran state media said. Where is it here? Okay, Far's Iranian state media says missile attack on LNG refinery in Bahrain and bridge connecting Bahrain and Saudi Arabia destroyed or seriously damaged. Now, I've heard nothing about this. This could be false. This is from Iranian state media. Minutes ago, the Bahrain LNG refinery, they posted this 24 minutes ago. And I've still heard nothing about this. They claim that the Bahrain LNG refinery was targeted by devastating missile attacks. I don't know if that's the case. They don't even say it was. They don't even say if any of the missiles hit. They also say the refinery is located near the bridge connecting the island of Bahrain and Saudi Arabia, and initial reports indicate the bridge was destroyed or seriously damaged by an explosion at the refinery. So they posted this 25 minutes ago, Iranian state media. I've heard nothing so far about that actually being true. But, I mean, who knows? So I'll keep an eye out to see if we hear anything more from Bahrain. Hold on a moment. There is, at the moment, a new pre-warning for southern Israel. There is going to be a missile alert alerts in southern Israel. I don't have a camera from there, but that was just issued by the Home Front Command in Israel. Just now. Alerts expected in southern Israel. So Iran has launched a missile or missiles. And again, alerts expected in southern Israel. I'm going to be keeping an eye on Intel cams, see if they see anything. I don't know if Intel cams today has something from southern Israel. Maybe not. Hey, thank you, Katie Kubiak. I really appreciate it. Katie Kubiak, thank you. So again, upcoming. Hang on. Give me one moment. At the moment, usually I have a Tel Aviv cam. Oh, the Tel Aviv cam is back. It was gone for a while. I'll put the Tel Aviv cam on the screen for you. But there's Tel Aviv. So there is a lot going on right now. I don't have any of the missile alerts yet. Again, expected in the south of Israel. Missile alerts of some sort expected in the south of Israel in the coming minutes. As soon as I see them, I will show you the missile alert map. And keeping an eye just for on all the developments right now. Saudi Arabia just posted The official spokesperson, thwarting an attempt to attack one of the gas facilities in the eastern region with a second drone. So Saudi Arabia keeps posting about thwarting Iranian attacks on its energy facilities. I don't see the missile alerts yet. N12 News reports a bunch of attacks by Israel and the U.S., I don't know who, in Tehran and Karaj, Iran. Explosions reported in Tehran and Karaj, Iran. Apparently new attacks going on there. Hey, look, here is the missile alert right now. This is for southern Israel. You can see I do not have a camera from there. And again, as most of you know, the Israeli government does not allow the cameras of the news agencies to show the interceptions, to show the missiles and rockets coming through the sky. But you can see here, that is where this is going on. Southern Israel. So we'll have to see what happens, what we hear about this. Sirens going off in southern Israel. I'm going to check in on Israeli media and see if they have any reports on any missile interceptions or missile falls or what happens. Our viewer LB says the war games continue. Bear Man Pig says Iran is getting beat up badly. Not even Rocky can come back from this beating. Still seeing a couple of alerts there in the West Bank. Thanks, Ed Weeby, for the membership. Thanks, Ed, for the gift membership. I appreciate that. In a moment, I'll check. I'm going to check Israeli media and see what they're reporting. Let's see, one siren still going off, or one alert. Now that's gone. So let me see if there's reporting from Israeli media on this latest missile attack. I'm looking here. I don't see anything yet regarding the latest missile attack. Oh, I am seeing a video from Israel News 24/7, Flash News, which I follow on Telegram. And it's a video that appears to show a missile splitting up like as a cluster missile. Possible cluster munition where the missile opens up and lots of smaller munitions fly out. So that's possible. I cannot confirm that video. So unconfirmed reports of a cluster missile. There are more alerts? Oh, more alerts. This is rocket alerts in the north. Sorry, we have some rocket alerts in the north. It's the same. I mean, they're rocket or missile alerts, but I assume that would be rockets from across the border in Lebanon. Right at the border there, right near the border. That's happening. See if we can get you updates about the latest missile alert. Don't have anything super reliable yet on what happened with that missile or missiles that came from Iran. Oh, Manny Fabian just posted this. Hold on. Can you guys see this? You can go to Manny's account to see the video. He's with Times of Israel. He says one of the ballistic missiles launched from Iran at southern Israel a short while ago carried a cluster bomb warhead, footage shows. So he's showing a video of all those, see all the different lights in the sky? And the idea is that the missile warhead opens up and all these submunitions come out. And let's see. Oh, another one right here. See right here? See how it's, you see the light there? And then see how now you have a bunch of little lights, smaller lights. Manny says that's more footage of the cluster bomb missile over southern Israel. There was a cluster bomb missile that ended up killing 2 people yesterday in Israel. You know what? I gotta pin my X account to the chat. I forgot to do that. If the mods can pin it on Twitch and Facebook, that would be fantastic. Thank you. I posted one of those videos on my feed. Hold on. So again, apparently there was a cluster missile that just was fired at Israel by Iran. Trying to see if we get any updates about what happened with it. I don't have any word yet on whether there were any hits or damage in Israel. Lots of posts now, again, on social media about this apparent cluster missile fired at southern Israel. Iranian state media says that tonight's operation continues with vigor and attacks on American interests in the region will continue. Remember, there has been a major attack causing extensive damage on a major liquefied natural gas hub in Qatar. That comes after, hours ago, an apparent Israeli attack on an Iranian gas field. I don't have reports yet of any damage from the missile that just came in. Not seeing any yet. Keeping an eye out for it. I'll let you know if they say there was no damage. Give me a moment here. I am checking for updates. Checking for updates. Now, there's supposed to be a press conference soon with the Saudi foreign minister. I don't know if that's going to be in English at all. Press conference supposedly with the Saudi foreign minister to discuss latest Iranian attacks in the region. So I'll keep an eye out for that. Okay, the current missile event has ended in Israel, says Home Front Command. I can tell you that. Messy, our viewer, says this has been going on for 2,000 years. It won't end anytime soon. It's interesting. Still no word on whether the missile that just came in from Iran caused any damage. I don't have an update on that at that moment. One of the viewers, Tizzy XD, said I had 3 missile alerts in Riyadh, first time since the war started in the city. I had read something saying there had been drone alerts previously in Riyadh, but not missile alerts. I'm not sure about that. Give me a moment here. You can see here, Saudi intercepts 4 ballistic missiles, a launch towards Riyadh ahead of foreign ministers' meeting. Saudi Arabia intercepted and destroyed 4 ballistic missiles that were launched toward Riyadh on Wednesday, just ahead of a meeting of regional and Islamic foreign ministers in the Saudi capital. The Gulf Kingdom has come under attack from hundreds of Iranian missiles and drones since the U.S.-Israeli war in Iran began last month. The vast majority of which authorities say have been intercepted. But Wednesday's attack marked the first time many in Riyadh had heard blasts or received a warning, says Reuters. 2 witnesses said they saw what appeared to be missile interceptions on the city's western edge. Kevin Graham, our viewer, thinks the war is getting worse. There was also, after we went off the air last night, Israel struck and destroyed a building in Beirut. I'm going to show you. I got some video of that from this article Iran threatens Gulf energy targets after huge gas field in Iran is struck, and Iran has now struck back by hitting a major gas hub in Qatar. So hold on, let me show you this video here. This is from Reuters. Going to show you this right now.
Israel.
Okay, here we go. Here is a video.
Israeli warplanes hit Beirut on Wednesday, leveling apartments in the city's center as the war launched by the U.S. and Israel against Iran grinds on. In the Bashura neighborhood, Israel warned residents to leave a building it said was being used by the Iranian-backed group Hezbollah. Eyewitness video verified by Reuters showed the moment the bombs hit and the building crumbled. Lebanese authorities said Israeli attacks on Beirut on Wednesday killed at least 10 people. The Israeli military's sweeping evacuation orders have displaced more than 1 million people in the country. Meanwhile, Israel continued to strike targets in Iran, on Wednesday claiming to have eliminated Iran's intelligence minister, Ismail Khatib. That comes the same day Tehran held a funeral for its security chief, Ali Larijani, assassinated a day earlier. Tehran said the killing of officials would not hinder its operations. Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi said the Islamic Republic was a robust political system that did not depend on any single individual. Iran confirmed the deaths of Larijani and retaliated by firing missiles with multiple warheads into Israel. The skies over central Israel and Jerusalem lit up as interceptors sought their targets. Israeli authorities said 2 people died after being injured by shrapnel in the city of Ramat Gan. Another Iranian missile tore a crater into the pavement and set cars ablaze in a residential area of Holon, just south of Tel Aviv. 14 people have been killed in Israel since the U.S.-Israeli attacks began at the end of February. U.S.-based Iran human rights group HRANA said on Monday that an estimated 3,000-plus people have been killed in Iran.
So I wanted to show a couple things. Again, this is this building that was destroyed in Beirut earlier today.
Eyewitness video verified by Reuters showed the moment the bombs hit and the building crumbled.
And then there was also some videos in here. Again, also Israel said it assassinated the Iranian Minister of Intelligence. And also, you can see this is what these cluster missiles look like here. See this footage right here where it's like it's a missile, but it opens up in a bunch of sub-munitions. Smaller explosives come out. Look at this.
And retaliated by firing missiles with multiple warheads into Israel. And retaliated by firing missiles with multiple warheads into Israel. And retaliated by firing missiles with multiple warheads into Israel.
So reportedly, another one of those was just fired a few minutes ago. Trying to get more information on that. Hang on a moment, real quick. Give me one moment. Hey, thanks to Kristen McConnell Gates and Michael Fergal for the Facebook stars. I appreciate that. Let's see if we have any updates here. Hold on. Again, I still have no word from if there was any damage from the latest missile attack on Israel. Waiting to hear more. I am seeing I am seeing a post right now. From Flash News, which is an Israeli news account I follow, that has a photo of a direct hit on a house in southern Israel. So there may be some significant damage from this latest missile attack. I just saw that right now. So waiting to see confirmation of that. Hopefully everybody's okay there, but that was a photo supposedly showing a direct hit to a house in southern Israel. Takes a little while to figure out sometimes if there's been damage from these missile attacks. Thanks also Julie Lestauder. Julie Lestauder, thanks so much, Julie, for supporting the channel. So what happened? It's interesting. We have not heard more from Israel. An unconfirmed report of a house in southern Israel that took a direct hit in the latest missile attack. I'll put the volume on this. Hold on, we have another camera here. Oh, give me a moment. Give me a moment here. Thanks for your patience. I want to get on the screen. I think I want to get the AFP feed up there. Hang on. Give me 1 sec. So we want to get rid of this one for now and put this one up for now. Nope, we want to have this one right here. Okay, there's the AFP feed. Doesn't need to be that bright. That's better. That's the AFP feed from Beirut. Al Mayadeen reports Israeli airstrike in the Bekaa Valley in Lebanon. Give me 1 second here. President Trump is returning to the White House now, but it looks like he's not taking questions. I'm looking at a feed of him returning, but I don't think he took questions. Again, we still haven't heard much after that last missile attack in Israel. It's confusing. What happened? Saw one report claiming there was a house hit. I am seeing President Trump walking into the White House. Oil price. Brent crude oil is now just about 111. It is up over 7% today. Again, Brent crude is up at about 111. WTI crude US is about 100. Again, Brent crude is about 111 right now. Oh, update about the internet in Iran. Update about Iran internet. NetBlock says, network data show a brief restoration in Iran of internet connectivity at hour 444 of the country's second longest blackout, as some users report coming momentarily back online after an apparent filtering system glitch. However, the restoration is not sustained. Claudine thinks the oil is going to 200. Manny Fabian of Times of Israel says that rescue forces are responding to reports of a suspected cluster bomb impact in an Israeli community in southern Israel. No reports of injuries yet. Israel police say police forces in the southern brigade, including explosives experts and border guards, are conducting searches of the impact sites in southern Israel. No injuries reported yet, say police. Southern District Fire and Rescue spokesperson for Israel says the hotline received a report of a weapon falling into a building in the Netta community. Report of this would be of a munition, of a missile munition hitting a building in southern Israel. Firefighters are on their way to the scene. That is via Hot News on Telegram. So we're waiting to hear more about that. Let me show you something else about Qatar in a second. Here, I have some more reporting here for you. The fire at Ras Laffan gas hub in Qatar has been brought under control. That is according to Qatar news agency. Civil defense has initially brought the fire in Ras Laffan, that major gas facility, under control with no injuries reported. This was an Iranian attack. Let me tell you more about this whole thing. You can see here Both sides in Iran war ratchet up attacks on energy facilities as oil prices surge, says AP. Brent crude now is over 111. Brent crude oil is up over about 7.5% on the day right now. AP says Israel killed another. Hold on. I might have to switch the feeds here. Once in a while, these feeds have issues. Hold on. If I have to switch, I will switch. Okay, let me switch to the other Beirut feed. I have a different Beirut feed. Let me do that. Hang on. Hang on. Hold on. I just have to switch to this feed. Here we go. There. Give me one more second here. We may have the other feedback. Go with that feed. Hold on. One moment. I got the other feedback. So I'm going to just go to the other feed for a second. We have two feeds from Beirut. Okay, put this up here. Okay, there it is. There, we should be good. Hey, there's a person there. Why is this? Oh, hold on. No, that's wrong. Wait, one moment. One moment. That was not the right one. Oh, that was the feed that wasn't live. I'm diagnosing there's an issue with this feed. All right. Let me get the other feed back on, and I'll let you see the other feed, which is live. And then I'll try to figure out what's going on with that feed. That is live right there. And that is live. And then this one. Okay. I was going to tell you some more about what's going on today with the energy facilities attacks. Both sides in Iran ratchet up attacks on energy facilities as oil prices surge. To repeat, Brent crude is over 111 right now. Israel killed another top Iranian official, says AP, the intelligence minister, and reportedly attacked an Iranian offshore natural gas field Wednesday amid the war's escalating pressure on the region's economic lifeblood, energy. Where is it here? I was trying to get you the specifics first on the attacks. Well, that's not. Let me show you something different. Yes. Oh, no. The attack in Pars. It was the Pars. Yes. The today, Israel struck Iran's massive South Pars natural gas field. AP says, Iranian state media said Israel attacked Iran's South Pars natural gas field, part of the world's largest such gas resource, and a pillar of Iran's energy supplies. AP says, with South Pars, the energy shock would appear to have a different target, not Iran's exports, but its biggest source of domestic energy supplies in a country that sometimes struggles to produce enough electricity. The gas field, the South Pars gas field, the gas field under the Gulf is the world's largest. It is shared by Iran and Qatar. It's called South Pars on the Iranian side and the North Field on the Qatari side. Okay? And I'll show you where that is. I got to pull it up here. Why is the volume not on? There we go. Let's see. So here is Qatar. It's from Google Maps. Can I find the... I want to show you the right place on the map. Oh, it's offshore, basically. Okay, so it's off the coast of Qatar. There's facilities. So the field, the gas field is off. So here's Iran and here's Qatar, and the gas field is in this area, and it's partially controlled by Qatar and partially controlled by Iran. That's what got hit today. That's Iran's South Pars gas field got hit today. And AP says that Iran uses domestically a lot of natural gas, and 80%. Iran relies heavily on gas to produce electricity and heat homes, and 80% of it comes from South Pars, and Israel attacked the South Pars field today. And then in response to that, Iran attacked the major LNG facility in Qatar, the Ras Laffan Industrial City facility. And Qatar said extensive damage had been caused there by Iranian missile attacks. Our viewer DJN says major escalation. Randy Snarsh says this will just get worse. Sorry, I have too much open on here. AP reports, U.S. knew Israel would strike an Iranian gas field but didn't take part, AP source says. AP reports the U.S. was informed about plans for an Israeli strike on Iran's... Sorry, AP says the U.S. was informed about plans for an Israeli strike on Iran's massive offshore South Pars natural gas field today, but did not take part in it, according to their source. Brent crude is now 112 and a half. 111 and a half, roughly 111 and a half. Hey, thanks, Mr. Negative, for the memberships. I really appreciate that. Thank you, Sage Lake, our member. Thank you to Smup King. Smup King, I haven't heard that. I'll have to look and see if I see any reports on that. I don't know. I'll have to look it up. Thank you, Moonchild, for the memberships. Thank you, Panic, our member. Thank you, Officer Larry. Thank you, Officer Larry. And hey, Thomas gave more memberships. Thomas PO419. Thanks for all the memberships, Thomas, from Sweden. Thanks, Sir Toby Folda, for being a member. Thanks, 917 Love, for being a member. Thanks, Just Cars from Sweden, who says, I'm Iranian and hope we get free one day. I was a kid when the revolution happened. They killed so many kids and other people. 47 years have passed. Thank you, Just Cars. Thanks, Jewish Pickles, our member. Thanks, London Bridge 100. Thanks, Squinting Cat, our member. Thanks also for subscribing on Twitch, Pablo Disco Bar and Tizzy XD. Manny Fabian with Times of Israel reports that Palestinian media reports several casualties in the West Bank town of Beit Awa after an apparent cluster munition from an Iranian ballistic missile struck the area. He says another cluster munition hit an Israeli community just over the Green Line, damaging a home but causing no injuries. I have a new update from Qatar. Qatar declares Iranian embassy military security attaches persona non grata. Qatar's Ministry of Foreign Affairs delivered an official note to the embassy of Iran stating that Qatar considers both the military attaché and the security attaché at the embassy, in addition to the staff of the two attaché offices, persona non grata and requests they leave the country within a maximum period of 24 hours. This comes after the Iranian attack on the major Ras Laffan gas facility in hours ago. This is the facility that was hit today by Iranian missiles. Multiple fires caused extensive damage. Qatar's main site for production of liquefied natural gas and gas to liquid, says Wikipedia. The Washington Post says oil prices climb again after strikes in crucial Iranian gas field. Oil prices continued their upward spiral today, getting close to 112 crude right now, Brent crude, by the way. Attacks on Iran's South Pars gas field today fueled the surging oil prices and triggered threats from Tehran of strikes against energy infrastructure in the Persian Gulf. Iran accused Israel of attacking facilities connected to South Pars, a large natural gas field. Qatar operates a part of that field as well. And as we mentioned, Iran has attacked a major LNG hub in Qatar in response and threatened other energy targets around the area, around the region. A couple of our viewers mentioned this story about the Caspian Sea today. Hang on a moment. Allied Dispatch, and also a couple of viewers sent that to me. Hang on a moment here. Firejack mentioned it as well. Barak Ravid of Axios had reported that Israel conducted strikes against Iranian Navy missile boats in the Caspian Sea. More than 5 vessels were targeted. Caspian Sea is up here. Hold on. See Caspian Sea? So there's Iran. Caspian Sea is here. Our viewer Avraham Yehuda in Ashdod saw something in the sky. It's our viewer Avraham Yehuda sent a video in from Ashdod from the last rocket alert in Israel. Or the last missile alert. This is what Avraham says. This is a video that he took. See the light in the sky there. See right there. Anyways, thanks to our viewer, Avraham, in Israel, who sent that in. Stay safe, Avraham. Brent crude is at around 111. The state of Qatar actually has a poster up that they posted about the attack on their natural gas hub, their liquefied natural gas hub. Look at this. See that? There it is. Ras Laffan Industrial City. Qatar Energy confirmed that Ras Laffan Industrial City came under missile attack, caused fires, resulting in significant damage to the facility. Qatar condemns and denounces blatant Iranian attack on Ras Laffan Industrial City. That's after Israel attacked Iran's Pars gas field. Oh my gosh, I just saw a report from N12. There's a report that at least four women were killed at least four Palestinian women were killed in the latest missile attack by Iran, where missile debris it was a cluster missile and different munitions landed in the West Bank. That's from N12 News. Let me see if I can find anything more about that. So again, apparently there was some of the one or more of the submunitions landed in the Palestinian area of the West Bank. And I'm going to post a video in the chat that Manny Fabian posted showing an Iranian cluster munition that struck a home in southern Israel, not causing any injuries from the latest strike. I just posted it in the chat. trying to find, oops, no, it's not moments ago. Hold on. So unconfirmed reports of fatalities, of Palestinian fatalities in the West Bank from the latest Iranian missile attack. I'll see if I hear more about that. I think there might be a new statement from the Iranian Revolutionary Guard. Iran state media claims, they make all kinds of claims. Iranian state media claims that an hour ago an important military target was hit in Saudi Arabia, demonstrating a new operational capability. They say further details about this important American military target have not yet been released, but the Americans probably moved it deep into Saudi Arabia to stay safe. I don't know if that's true. Just passing along what they said. Oh, I do have a statement here from the Revolutionary Guard. Here is a statement from the Revolutionary Guard about their latest response. They said they did not intend to expand the scope of the war to oil facilities and did not want to harm the economies of friendly and neighboring countries. However, with the enemy's aggression against energy infrastructure, that's when they're talking about Israel attacking Iran's South Pars oil field today. We practically entered a new phase of the war, and the necessity of defending Iran's infrastructure forced us to attack energy facilities related to the U.S. and American shareholders. I have to turn down this volume here. It's ridiculous. What's going on there at this live shot? It's ridiculous. Hold on. Put up the other live shot anyway. Wait 1 second here. One moment. They also say, noble nation of Iran, your brave sons in the armed forces immediately began to take offensive action after the enemy's malice, and following a heavy and counterattack and the damage reached the level of the blow, they set fires to a series of oil facilities that are considered to be of American interest in the region. I don't know what they're referring to specifically. We do know that Qatar's major gas hub in Qatar has been attacked. American Israeli aggressors, we warn you once again, you made a big mistake in attacking the energy infrastructure of the Islamic Republic, for which the response is underway. If it is repeated again, further attacks on your energy infrastructure and that of your allies will not stop until it is completely destroyed, and our response will be much more severe than tonight's attacks. That is the new statement from the Revolutionary Guard. Oops, sorry. Everything's falling apart. Oh, hold on a second here. I'm trying to post this. Everything's all messed up. You know, in that statement, they did say, you know, if it's repeated again, further attacks on your energy infrastructure and that of your allies will not stop until it's completely destroyed. You might read that and say, well, that means they're done responding tonight. But they also said that their response was underway. So we'll have to see if they do any more attacks, to try to do any more attacks on energy facilities tonight. TYS says, people think everything is funny until it's not. Gemini Rose thinks they threaten big but only send off a few firecrackers. Who really takes them seriously anymore? Rusty Packrat says, did anyone expect Iran to just lay down and take it? Okan says, always big empty threats. Costington says, Iran is grumpy. Hey, thanks to Snaggle O. Thank you so much. Also, Sachin for the memberships. Thank you, Sachin. Thank you, Adeptos Santos. I haven't heard that report you mentioned about Israel getting hit, Adeptos, but if I see it, I'll let you know. Thank you so much, Adeptos Santos. I really appreciate it. Trisha Creighton, thanks. Trisha says, does U.S. have any allies other than Israel? Thanks, Mr. Negative, for the memberships as well. Also, hey, shout out to our moderators. I really appreciate it. Beth Mythical is moderating. Roberts May Queen. Leslie Ladyhawk. Thank you so much for moderating. Margaret Riley, Charlotte Webb, Kay Lowry Body. Big thanks. Thanks, Brian Davio, for subscribing. Thanks, Michael Fergal, again, for the Facebook stars. Christy Claff, thanks for subscribing. Kristen McConnell Gates. Thanks, Linda Bell Glary, Misha on X for modding. Thanks, Big Ball of Yarn, LB Prairie Dawn. I got that fire, Mark HNC. Matthew Kohai 3, Sarah and Surly Dev for moderating on Twitch. Thank you so much. Thanks, Cece for the bits. Electronics Anonymous for the bits on Twitch. Thanks, Toolman Tim for the bits. Oops, I accidentally said an audio. I'm sorry. For the bits on Twitch. Thank you. Brent Crude is just below 111 right now, it looks like. Oh, and thank you so much to Marty Franza. Marty, that's very generous of you. Marty Franza, thank you so much. So, thanks for your note as well. Marty Franza, thank you for supporting the channel. And also thanks E1991M. E1991M. Who says, do you think the U.S. has a problem with stopping drone attacks? E1991M says, I don't see the permanent solution for drones. I don't know enough about, I'm not a military expert. I don't know enough about it to say that they have a problem stopping them. Certainly a lot of Iranian drones have hit various targets, including US targets during this war. That is true. Reportedly, the US and other countries have turned to Ukraine for helpful knowledge and their experience in stopping drone attacks. Thank you, I Heart Jerome, as well. Really appreciate it. I Heart Jerome. The stock market today, what happened? Dow was down about 1.6%, S&P 500 down about 1.3%, NASDAQ down about 1.5%. The headline on Wall Street Journal right now is oil tops 110 after Israel and Iran strike major energy sites. The Wall Street Journal says that Iran's South Pars gas field, which they operate with Qatar, that's off Qatar's shore, but some of it's operated by Qatar, some of it's operated by Iran. They say it's the largest such facility in the world. Another headline on Wall Street Journal is oil rises after Israel strikes Iran gas field and Tehran hits Qatar fuel hub. My headline probably should mention both of those things. Can I get it all in there? Israel attacks Iranian gas field and Iran strikes Qatari LNG hub. How's that? I fit it. Tehran today threatened, after their gas field was hit, they threatened various energy infrastructure sites in the region. The Wall Street Journal says Gulf oil officials evacuated refineries, petrochemical facilities, and gas fields today. Also, the Wall Street Journal is reporting that President Trump, according to U.S. officials that the Wall Street Journal talked to, they claim that President Trump wants no more strikes on Iranian energy sites. But he did support the attack on the gas field today in Iran, or the Iranian gas field today, as a message to Tehran over their block of the Strait of Hormuz. I don't know if it's really true. That's a report from the Wall Street Journal. Reuters says the attack on Iran's gas field today threatens to worsen an unprecedented disruption to global energy supplies. Diesel prices in the United States have already risen above $5 a gallon for the first time since the 2022 inflation surge. U.S.-based Iran human rights group Harana said on Monday an estimated 3,000 plus people had been killed in Iran since the U.S.-Israeli attacks began. About 15% of Lebanon's population, by the way, has had to evacuate due to the Israeli strikes in Lebanon after Hezbollah in Lebanon started firing rockets at Israel. This is interesting also. So the Fed did not raise interest rates today, and now current expectations is that they'll only raise it one time during the year. Previous expectations, expectations are that they would only lower it one time this year. I'll explain this in a second. You can say AP says traders have downgraded their own expectations for only a single rate cut by the Fed by the end of the year. U.S. stocks slump on worries about higher oil prices, inflation, and interest rates. U.S. stocks slumped today after a report said inflation was primed to worsen, even before the war with Iran caused oil prices to spike. That and comments from the head of the Fed pushed Wall Street to see less chance of getting the lower interest rates that it loves. The Fed decided today to keep its main interest rate steady. Fed officials are still penciling in one more cut by the end of the year, but Chair Jerome Powell said these projections may be worth less than usual because of how much uncertainty exists about inflation in the economy. We just don't know, Powell said, about what will happen with oil prices, along with how long President Trump's tariffs will take to work their way fully through the system. So remember, Wall Street likes when interest rates are lowered. That tends to make the stock market go up. But it also tends to make prices go up. So if prices are already going up, the Fed is going to be reluctant to lower interest rates. AP also says if the disruptions keep oil and gas prices high for long, they could create a debilitating wave of inflation for the global economy. A report released this morning showed inflation pressures were already building before the war began. It said inflation at the U.S. wholesale level unexpectedly accelerated last month to 3.4%. AP says traders are now betting on a 49% chance for a single rate cut this year, down from the 95% probability they saw a month ago. And then AP says, because of, if I'm getting this right, increased expectations for inflation have caused the yield on the 10-year Treasury to go up. Before the war with Iran started, the yield on the U.S. 10-year Treasury was 3.97. Now it's 4.26. And they say higher Treasury yields grind down on prices for all kinds of investments, from stocks to crypto to gold. They mentioned gold fell today. And AP says because gold pays its owners nothing, gold begins to look less attractive to investors when Treasury bonds are paying more in interest. Vicky says, what does Jerome Powell out in May mean? Well, Jerome Powell is not planning, assuming that another, which is not known, assuming another chair gets confirmed, Jerome Powell is not planning, I think, immediately on giving up his seat. I believe he still has a seat till 2028. So it doesn't change. He'll still have a vote. I believe, well, it's like a rotating amount of people who get votes. I believe there's 12 people who vote. I don't know if he'll get to vote every time now. Actually, I have to look that up. Maybe he does get to vote every time. Some get to vote every time, and then there's 12 members. Yes, there's 7 members of the Board of Governors at the Federal Reserve get to vote every time for the interest rates. And then it's like rotating 5 others, I think. 7 members of the Board of Governors of the Federal Reserve, the President of the Federal Reserve Bank, and 4 of the remaining 11 Reserve Bank presidents. So Jerome Powell's going to stop being, presumably, chair at some point. It may, if another chair is confirmed. But he's not leaving his seat as a Fed Board of Governors. So the makeup of the people voting is not supposed to greatly change, even when he is no longer the president of the Fed. People who vote on whether to raise or lower interest rates. Fort thinks he will be out in May. Again, they have to confirm another person, I believe. AP says, hold on a second here. Powell said he had no intention of leaving the central bank until an investigation into his congressional testimony about the Fed's building renovation is dropped. Last Friday, a judge threw out a pair of subpoenas that the Justice Department had issued to the Fed, dealing a blow to the investigation, but U.S. Attorney Jeanette Pirro has said she will appeal the ruling. Powell's term as Fed chair is scheduled to end on May 15th, and President Trump has nominated a former top Fed official, Kevin Warsh, as his replacement. Warsh's nomination has been delayed in the Senate because key Republican senators are opposed to the DOJ probe. After the investigation is finished, and even after Warsh is confirmed, Powell could elect to stay on the board to finish his term as a Fed governor, which lasts until January 2028. But he told reporters he had not yet made that decision. That is from AP. Sherry Crime Angel says, if Powell DOJ investigation proceeds, he will not be stepping down as a governor. He might not step down anyway. Joe on X thinks Iran appears exhausted. A moment here. Our viewer Liz Love says nobody wins in a war. What is going to happen with the Strait of Hormuz? What is President Trump going to do something to try to unblock the Strait of Hormuz? That is a big question. As I mentioned before, Khan News has a story today where they claim that Israel is detecting a buildup of American forces in the region in preparation for a military operation to end the Iranian blockade of the Strait of Hormuz. And an Israeli source estimated that campaign would last several weeks. That is a report from Khan News Israel. Hey, thanks, No Not November, who says Football World Cup in North America is going to be lit. Thanks also, I Am Charlie, who says 7 presidents said Iran cannot have nuclear weapons. Thank you also, Another Drummer, Texas. Thank you so much. And also, I Heart Jerome, and also Bodunrin, David Bodunrin, who says, this is Libya 2.0, power vacuum to ensue once the Iranian government falls, chaos and madness to come, no suitable off-ramps that suit both sides. That's what David said. David Abodunrin. Thank you, David. N12 News reports at least 4 women were killed in a bridal salon. About an hour or so ago, there was a missile, apparently a cluster missile, that got fired from Iran at Israel, and it went into the West Bank. So the Palestinian Red Crescent, which is like the Red Cross in certain countries, in certain areas, certain territories as well, said, according to N12 News, there was a bridal salon in the town of Beit Awa, and at least 4 women were killed at the scene. Terrible. So Beit Awa is a Palestinian town in the West Bank. You can see right there. New launch from Iran. New launch from Iran, guys. And Tel Aviv alerts possible, it looks like. Central Israel. Central Israel. But also other parts as well. Hang on a second here. Northern West Bank, also Samaria region. Basically, we're talking about central Israel and also, where is this? I'm seeing this described, the alerts coming up as described as they're going to be in, oops, I got to turn the volume on here. I'm seeing the alerts saying, I'm seeing online reports that the alerts are going to be in central Israel. Hold on, the Tel Aviv cam is zooming in. Tel Aviv cam is zooming in. Let's put the Tel Aviv cam on full screen here. This is the Tel Aviv cam, so we'll probably hear the sirens on the Tel Aviv cam. Change this to Israel time. So we'll probably be hearing sirens very soon in Tel Aviv. Sirens right now, alerts right now in Tel Aviv and north. Here's the alerts. You can see right there, there's Tel Aviv here. More alerts coming on. Missile alerts right now. So let's see if we hear the sirens on the Tel Aviv cam. I'm guessing we will hear it. It has zoomed in because they're not allowed to show the video. Sirens right now. This is from Iran. Missile fire from Iran. Keeping an eye on intel cams. I didn't hear any interceptions. Somebody said they saw a cluster on Intel cams. Which camera did you see it on? A number of our viewers said they saw what looked like a cluster on Intel cams. One of our viewers said they're in a shelter in Tel Aviv. Stay safe. What camera on Intel cams? Oh, we're hearing it. We're hearing booms. We just heard some booms right now. We're hearing some booms right now. Did you guys hear that? We just heard some booms. I don't know if that was interceptions or what that was. Let me try to get some reporting on what happened. Waited to get some reporting in from Israel on this. Gonna turn down the volume for a second. Again, we heard the sirens. We did hear some booms. We did seem to hear some booms, but I don't know exactly what happened. I don't want to lighten this too much. Hearing unconfirmed. I didn't see it. Some of you guys said you saw it on Intel cams, what looked like a cluster munition. What was the time code on Intel cams? If you want to put it in the chat, other people can use it. Then I can look at it too. $23.36.15, one of the viewers said. I don't see the cluster at that time, though. I don't know. 23:36:19. Could you see a cluster there, though? I'm looking at that time. I see something coming down. Looking for reports on what happened. Yediot News says no reports so far of casualties or damage. No reports of casualties at this point. N12 News said there were explosions heard in the center of the country. I'm going to turn down the volume because we don't need... You're not hearing anything. Camera will probably zoom out soon. I'm going to put the other camera back up as well as this one. Get the volume up from that. So again, no reports of injuries so far, but I have to wait and see. Can take a little while to figure out what happened. Oh, sorry. Oh. I am seeing a report of a fall possibly in Galgulia. Possible fall somewhere. Unconfirmed report online. Is this happening? I don't know. I think it's a bad translation of the name. A fall, possible missile or submunition of the missile hitting. They call it a missile fall. But I don't know at this point what happened. Waiting to hear more. Manny Fabian said it looks like another cluster bomb warhead. I'll post a link in the chat, but he just posted a couple videos. Manny Fabian of Times of Israel that show a bunch of lights streaking through the sky. Again, a cluster bomb warhead where the warhead opens up and smaller bombs spread out. Parallel Universe, who I follow, who lives in Israel, says, heard a lot of consecutive explosions, feels like another cluster munition. I am seeing videos of, again, a bunch of lights flying through the sky next to each other, which looks like the smaller munitions that are contained in the warhead. Seems like Iran is firing a bunch of cluster munitions lately. I have an update here. Hold on a moment. I think. The event has ended, but I don't know. I don't know if there was any significant damage from the last missile firing. I'm waiting to hear more. One of the viewers said they saw something in northern Israel on Intel cams. There was a rocket alert in northern Israel about 3 minutes ago. It's not up there anymore. So you may have seen something related to that. Why is this? What is this person doing there? Are they filing their, doing their files or something? Hang on. Now what happened? One moment, please. I have the other feed up. Wait one moment. I'm putting the other feed up here. Where is it? Where is it? Uh-oh. I gotta fix this. Give me a moment. Give me a moment. I need to get this other feed up. The Beirut feed. AFP one. Don't have any firm reporting about the missile aftermath. Uh-oh. Why does this keep happening? Hold on a second. Give me a moment here. I'm going to switch back to the other feed. Give me a moment. Let me just switch to the other feed right now. Sorry. I need to pause this. I need to put this, no, I need to put this here and this there. Turn the volume on here. Okay. I need to do one thing real quick. Give me a moment here. Having a bit of an issue with one of the feeds, which I'm trying to fix. I have to turn that down. It's too loud. Sorry, I was just sending out a email about having a problem with one of the feeds, so I wanted to inquire, let them know that it wasn't playing correctly. Meanwhile, this is so loud. Oh, report of damage I'm seeing right now. A structure damaged due to the missile that came in from Iran. MDA says MDA medics and paramedics went out to search the scenes where reports were received from the latest Iranian missile, which was apparently a cluster missile. Updates will be provided later if necessary. They just said that. I am seeing a report. Oh, is it a fire at a house in near Dvori? N12 just posted a video which looks like maybe a fire at a house or a building from the latest missile that came in from Iran. So it's possible that some damage has been caused. Give me one moment. Where is the video I just saw, which I don't have the rights to show you, said near Dvori. Oh, maybe it wasn't in near Dvori. I'm sorry, near Dvori. I got so confused. I don't know where this is. The name of the reporter who posted the video is near Dvori, but they're saying that this is damage reported due to the latest launch, and I don't know exactly where that video is from. See a video and a photo. Trying to get more. This is in Israel, though. Trying to get more information from you. For you, sorry. I-24 News English says, reports of impact in Arab town of Jaijulia in central Israel. Reports of impact from the missile in Arab town of Jaijulia in central Israel. That's from I-24 News English. Oh, Manny Fabian of Times of Israel says, police and medics say they are responding to reports of impacts in central Israel after Iran's latest missile attack, which had a cluster bomb warhead. So, waiting to hear about what happened, but reports of multiple sites with damage. This comes after at least 4 Palestinian women were killed, I want to say an hour or two ago, near Hebron, I'm probably pronouncing that wrong. Times of Israel said that it was a missile, a cluster missile was fired, and an explosion happened at reportedly a bridal salon in a Palestinian town in the West Bank, killing at least 4 women. And then in the latest missile attack, there are apparently several sites that have been damaged. The Israeli police said, police, border guards, and explosives experts are now dealing with several sites where fragments of interceptor missiles, they're saying, fell in the Tel Aviv area. There are no injuries at this stage. Okay, so again, here's a report from the Israeli police. They say police, border guards, and explosives experts are now dealing with several sites where fragments of interceptor missiles fell in the Tel Aviv area. Their sites are currently isolated and cordoned off. There are no injuries at this stage, which is good news. It's interesting. So we've seen in the last couple days, there's been a bunch of these cluster missiles fired, and a number of times there has been damage on the ground, but I don't know if it's, you know, when the two people got killed yesterday, that appeared to be a case where one of the cluster munitions just made a hit on a house or an apartment building. I don't know if these missiles are getting shot down less, or if they're harder to shoot down, or again, because these don't appear to be lots of missiles in these attacks. So I don't know if it's more difficult for the air defense to deal with the cluster weapons. I mean, once they break apart, you have obviously more munitions in the air. There were some alerts, rocket alerts in northern Israel, which are not, about a minute ago, it looks like, which are not there anymore. So maybe those rockets, looks like they already got fired. I don't know what happened with them. JNR said the warhead separates when it's intercepted. That's what JNR claims. Was there an article about this I saw? Hold on. I don't know. There might have been an article I saw recently about this. Hang on. I think there is. Yes, Reuters said Iranian cluster missiles pose extra challenge for Israel's air defenses. It's a Reuters article that came out, I think, yesterday. Reuters said that an Israeli military spokesperson said that the military was doing all it could to intercept these missiles as high up as possible to minimize damage. Cluster munitions open in mid-air and scatter as many as several hundred bomblets over a wide area. Those bomblets often fail to explode, creating virtual minefields. An Israeli military official told Reuters that Iranian cluster warheads have about 24 submunitions, each containing approximately 2 to 5 kilograms of explosives. They break apart at an altitude of 7 to 10 kilometers above the ground. Wow, about 4 to 6 miles above the ground, creating dozens of separate impact sites. Wow. They must be intercepted above the atmosphere. Because an expert says, because once their cluster bombs are released in the atmosphere, you cannot intercept them. Wow. That is from Reuters, by the way. The Reuters article also talked to an Israeli military official who said that those submunitions, again, each Iran missile, cluster missile has about 24 submunitions. And the effect of each submunition is like a grenade. Relatively limited local damage, but highly dangerous to anyone nearby. That's very interesting. Give me a second here. I'm just trying to get this posted. But that's very interesting information. So you can think of each submunition as having the effect of roughly a grenade. Thanks for bearing with me. I want to post the whole article so people can read it if they want to. So again, let me just repeat this because I think it's quite interesting about Iran. Reuters had some reporting about Iranian cluster munitions, these cluster missiles. Oh, hold on a second here. And Reuters says that an Israeli military official said Iranian cluster warheads have about 24 submunitions. And each submunition, roughly speaking, has the effect of a grenade. And the warheads break apart at an altitude of roughly 4 to 6 miles above the ground, creating dozens of separate impact sites. Once the cluster bombs are released in the atmosphere, you cannot intercept them. I wonder if this is something that Iran has gotten more of since last year. I don't feel like last year we were hearing about, I feel like once in a while we heard about them, but I feel like now they're launching them regularly. So I don't know if they've developed more of these recently or what. Maybe they were firing a bunch of them last year. I'm not sure. Clarence says, and I think Iran knows this. Well, I mean, it's a way. It'd be a way for them to try if they think if they think that Israel is going to have an easier time shooting down their non-cluster missiles. It's an alternative. Some of our viewers think they could have been supplied by another country. Solinger thinks they're getting supplies from somewhere. They're not firing that many missiles. Oh, hold on. Hey, guys. Breaking update. Breaking update. I just saw it right here. A man was killed in Israel. A foreign worker about 30 years old was killed from shrapnel injuries in the latest missile attack. That's according to the MDA. They say this was in Moshav Edenim. So the last two missile attacks, both missile attacks that we have seen while on the air, looked like one cluster missile each time. They have both been fatal. 4 women reportedly died in a bridal salon in Palestinian women in the West Bank when a bridal salon was hit. And now we have the MDA reporting that a foreign worker in Israel, about 30 years old, was hit in the latest missile attack. Manny Fabian says several apparent cluster munition impacts were reported across central Israel. So again, since we've been on the air, 2 different missile attacks from Iran looked like one cluster missile each time, and both of them were fatal attacks. Iran just announced it intercepted a ballistic missile fired by Iran. Saudi Arabia just announced it intercepted a ballistic missile launched by Iran. The Israeli government has posted a video. I'm going to turn the volume off. The Israeli government has posted video of the fatal attack that killed 4 women in a Palestinian town in the West Bank. This is a bloody video, which I'm not going to show you. But the IDF, I'll post a link in the chat. The IDF has posted a post with 2 video clips from the attack in which they say 4 women in the West Bank were killed by an Iranian missile. Our viewer Gui says Iran shooting at civilians again classic. Sheepdog says, I just saw a picture of where 2 of the people were killed, blood everywhere. Hang on. Ariel Oserin, who is with I-24 News English, reports that Shiraz Electronics Industries was targeted in southern Iran. It is a major Iranian state-owned manufacturer specializing in military radar and technology systems. Quick thanks to, thanks so much to, hang on. A lot happening today. Thanks so much to CCKB8KI for your support, who says, China, Russia, North Korea, and some Americans are hoping Iran wins. Thank you, Pilsy. I'll check his post, Pilsy. Thank you. Also, CIA contact. Thanks for being a member. Thank you, Thomas, for more memberships. That's so nice of you, Thomas. P0419 from Sweden for more memberships. Thank you, Thomas. Thanks, Josh Barnes. I appreciate it. Thank you, David Bodurnin. David Bodunrin. That's what it is. How will the conflict be resolved in an approximate timeline? I don't have a timeline for you, but as I've said before, it seems to me that the next big step is Iran is blocking the Strait of Hormuz. President Trump says they can't do that. So I would expect President Trump to attempt to do something to get the Strait of Hormuz unblocked. When that might happen, whether it might work, how long it might take, I don't know. Khan News today reported that the U.S. was preparing to try to forcibly unblock the Strait of Hormuz, and they expected that operation would take a couple of weeks, several weeks. I don't know if that's happening, if it's going to happen. Could the U.S. try to pressure Iran by taking over Karg Island? I don't know. But as I've been saying for days, that to me would be the big next step. Thank you so much, David. Thank you, Libertarian Minded. Thank you. A reminder, conspiracy theory talk about Netanyahu being dead, about Netanyahu being in a coma, you will be timed out. No one well, maybe you want to hear it, but generally speaking, nobody in the chat wants to listen to your comments on this. Therefore, we will be timing you out. I will personally time you out if I see it, if you mention that stuff. Thank you, No Doubting Thomas. Thank you, Josh Barnes. Thank you, I Am Charlie. Thank you, Toolman Tim, for the gift sub and the bits. Thank you so much, Toolman Tim, for your support. And Cece. Was there a temporary ceasefire between Pakistan and Afghanistan? Kuwait says there was. I didn't hear about that. I just saw a post from Qatar news agency that says Kuwait welcomes temporary ceasefire between Pakistan and Afghanistan. There, you can see it. Is it for? I believe it's for the Islamic festival of Eid al-Fitr, which is on the 19th to the 20th of March. Maybe it's, according to that post, there's a temporary ceasefire for that day. Yes, I am seeing that now. Pakistan and Afghanistan agreed to a temporary Eid al-Fitr pause in conflict. The New York Times says that announcement came 2 days after this Pakistani airstrike, which hit a drug rehab center in Kabul, Afghanistan. The deadliest, at least 143 civilians died in that strike, said the UN. Yes, you can, just really quick, you can see here it says Pakistan and Afghanistan to pause fighting for aid as dispute rages over Kabul bombing target. That is from Reuters there. And it says that Pakistan and Afghanistan said they are pausing their military operations against each other on Wednesday for the Islamic festival of Eid al-Fitr, a surprise move 2 days after a drug rehab center in Kabul was hit with the deadliest strike in months. The Afghan government said more than 400 people were killed in that strike. The UN assistance mission in Afghanistan said 143 people were killed in that attack. Pakistan rejected the Taliban statements about the strike, saying it had precisely targeted military installations and terrorist support infrastructure. Then what is this? Oh, Snoozer sent me a video supposedly of damage from one of the, I think the last strike, missile strike. Hang on, let's see here. I'm checking some of the messages that people have sent me. Give me one moment here. Sorry. Get a bunch of messages, so trying to go through some of them. We are bringing you more live updates here. Reuters says Iran's huge Pars gas field was hit today in a major escalation in the U.S.-Israeli war that sent oil prices shooting higher, and Tehran struck Qatar and fired missiles at Saudi Arabia after vowing attacks on oil and gas targets throughout the Gulf in response. Qatar's state oil giant Qatar Energy reported extensive damage after the Ras Laffan industrial city in an energy industry hub was hit by Iranian missiles. Saudi Arabia said it had intercepted and destroyed 4 ballistic missiles launched toward Riyadh on Wednesday in an attempted drone attack on a gas facility in the east of the country. The escalation threatens to worsen an unprecedented disruption to global energy supplies. Brent crude earlier in the stream was 111. It's now at 107 or so, roughly 107 Brent crude. What is this? I saw an interesting report. Give me one moment. I'm checking out a couple things here. N12 News said there's an announcement from Abu Dhabi about some intercepted missile damage there. Let me see if I can find something about that. I haven't seen it. Oh, look. Hey, guys. Look at this from Abu Dhabi in the UAE. Abu Dhabi authorities are responding to incidents at the Habshan gas facilities and the Bab field caused by falling debris from the successful interception of missiles. Were they really successfully intercepted? I don't know. The gas facilities have been shut down and no injuries have been reported. That was 18 minutes ago. The Habshan gas facilities and the Bab field. What are those about? Let me see. Is that more Iranian attacks in response to Iran's South Pars oil field getting attacked by Israel earlier today? I am seeing online an article that says the Habshan gas complex is Habshan is one of the largest, it's one of the largest gas processing plants in the world. Okay? Habshan is one of the largest gas processing plants in the world. And the Bab field is an offshore oil field in Abu Dhabi. Hold on. A major offshore oil field in Abu Dhabi, I'm seeing it described as. So, look at this. These are important energy sites in Abu Dhabi, the UAE. Just 20 minutes ago, Abu Dhabi authorities are responding to incidents at the Habshan gas facilities and the Bab oil field caused by falling debris from the, they say, successful interception of missiles. The gas facilities have been shut down and no injuries have been reported. So what's happening there? We need to keep an eye on this story. Wall Street says falling debris fell directly at the spot this would cause the most damage. Yeah, I mean, when you see, I think it's a good point Wall Street makes is when you see a report like this, it would be an incredible coincidence if there was an interception like very high up and the debris just happened to fall. Now, I guess there's a world in which these sites were targeted and then the missiles get shot down just above the sites or something, or maybe drones get shot down right at the site and you have debris. But, you know, then you would think the shooting down had to happen right near the site. It would just seem like an incredible coincidence for this to happen if they're just way up, you know, incredibly high up in the air and they get shot down. But I don't know. I can't speak to this. I cannot confirm these are actually successful interceptions. Our viewer still rocking the 80s thinks that it is clear they are not reporting some of the hits in some of the Gulf states. Heli pilot says, remember, they are putting people in jail for posting. I can't remember specifics, but there have been reports I've read from different, if I remember right, there were reports from different states where they would say, like, we have punished this person for posting pictures of Iranian attack damage, but also it usually, if I remember right, it'll also say something like, and glorifying the attack. I don't know the specifics of these cases, but my understanding is that they really restrict what can be posted on social media in a number of these countries with these Iranian attacks. That's my understanding. I don't know the specifics. So we have to check in on what's going on in the UAE and how bad is the damage at these two important UAE facilities. Saw one report online that the Habshan, again, one of the two facilities that they said is temporarily closed, is one of the largest gas processing complexes in the world. Also, I saw a claim online that Habshan provides 60% of the UAE's domestic gas needs. Oh, they didn't see the Bab field had been cut down. They said the Habshan gas facilities in the Bab field there's been falling debris there from the successful interception of missiles, and they say the gas facilities have been shut down at Habshan. You can see Wikipedia says Habshan is currently a major oil and gas field for the Abu Dhabi National Oil Company. I'm seeing some video of a damaged building in Tel Aviv. Maybe it's from one of the previous missile alerts. N12 News says there's minor injury from a damage to a building in Tel Aviv. I don't know when exactly that happened. I'll try to get you more information on that. Oh, the Revolutionary Guard in Iran has a new statement, and as part of the statement, they say the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps Navy is ready to defend the territorial waters of the Islamic Republic of Iran and to confront any possible conspiracy by enemies in the Gulf and the Strait of Hormuz with full force. I don't know how much of their Navy is left, obviously. The U.S. says they've destroyed a bunch of the Navy, most of the Navy. I don't know if it's most or a bunch. It's certainly a lot of it. Hey, thanks to Fred Flintstone for the memberships. I really appreciate that, Fred. Make sure you thank somebody if they give you a gift membership or a gift subscription, like Fred, or like Alex78. Alex78, thanks for being a member and thanks for the gift memberships. Thank you so much. Thanks GT500 for your support, who says there is no end in sight. Thank you also, Martin Ging. Martin says, how is every site in the Middle East the largest in the world? The last site I mentioned they didn't say it was the largest, they said it was one of the largest in the world. Thank you, Martin Ging. Thank you also, CFH79 for the members, for the gift membership. Thank you so much. Thanks, Alabama Fan. Thanks, Haley Girl. Thanks, Mike Cameron. Thank you, Mike Cameron, very much. Thanks also, Ian TQ2QU, who thinks Israel is trying to bait Iran by attacking its oil fields. Israel is hoping Iran attacks and destroys the UAE and Qatar's oil fields, which will prompt a ground invasion by Iran's neighbors. That's what Ian thinks. Thanks, Berea Beard. Thanks, Hex Dokta. Thanks, Casey Hook, who says you cannot bomb away an ideology. No one wins here. Hex Dokta says those that bless Israel will be cursed. Those that curse Israel will be cursed. Hey, thanks also to Brian Davio and Susan Priest Buchner for the Facebook stars. Thank you. Again, potentially big story out of Abu Dhabi in the UAE. Very little information on it right now. But they say that they have shut down their gas facilities at the Habshan gas facilities, one of the largest gas processing facilities in the world, I believe. And they report falling debris from the successful interception of missiles at the Habshan gas facilities and the Bab oil field. But they say the gas facilities have been shut down. I don't know the specifics. It's one of the largest. Habshan is one of the the Habshan complex is one of the world's largest gas processing plants. There is a rocket alert in northern Israel, one in Metula on the border. It's gone right now. Hang on one sec. I need to One moment here. Thanks for your patience. Thanks, by the way, to CFH79 for the memberships. Thank you so much. Also, Martin Ging. Thank you, Martin. Thanks for your note. Martin says I was being a little sarcastic. Sorry, I was just a bit of an issue with one of the feeds I'm using, and the AFP feeds, and I'm trying to reach out to them periodically to see what the deal is. Sorry for the delay. Samir Hashimi, who is with the BBC, says that 4 people were injured in Saudi and Riyadh when missile debris hit a residential building. Israel police said that they have completed their work at the site where rocket fragments landed in the Lashish region as the result of an Iranian attack. There were property damage to a house, but no injuries reported. Let me show you the video they posted. So this is damage. This is damage from one of the previous missile strikes tonight in Israel. No injuries reported, but I just want to show you this video from the Israeli police here. Here's the video. Again, that's from the Israeli police. People are following, some of our viewers are talking about this helicopter here, a Chinook helicopter in Saudi Arabia, a U.S. Army helicopter. I don't know why it's there. Helicopter there. Again, it says it's over Saudi Arabia. I don't know. Maybe they fly over there all the time. I do not know. I saw our viewers mentioning it. Tweak thinks some kind of drills. It says, as one of our viewers said, Mr. Ja, 27,000 feet. It's the #1 tracked aircraft on flightradar24.com. Again, it's over Saudi Arabia. One of the viewers wonders if they're observing damage in Saudi Arabia from Iranian strikes or something. We haven't heard about. Iran said they shot down a bunch of missiles and drones today. There was, as I mentioned, there was damage reported from interception fragments, but I don't know they'd be observing damage at 27,000 feet. I don't know. Maybe they're there all the time and usually they're just not on the radar. I'll have to check on any other Saudi Arabia damage reports. Also, as usual, you can see refueling tankers. Presumably all of these refueling tankers were just helping refuel aircraft making bombing runs over Iran. Some of our viewers think maybe the data for that helicopter is incorrect data, tracking data. Oopsie, hold on a second here. That's what I want. Let's see here. Thank you, MS Donald MS, for the membership, for being a member. Thank you. We are here live, bringing you the latest updates. Let me thank our moderators again who are here. We have moderating right now. Ruth is moderating. Beth Mythical is moderating. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thanks also to on Twitch, Bastion Girl, Big Ball of Yarn, Mark HNC, Matthew Kohai 3, and Surly Dev, Linda Belk, Larry, Misha over there on X, Charlotte Webbs, who's K. Larry Body, Margaret Riley over there on Facebook. Thank you. Thanks to Twin Girl Loves Dogs on Twitch for your support, and Ammunition Expert for your support, who says, is it possible those cluster missiles from Iran can't be intercepted by long mid-range systems by the previous destruction of the radar located at the U.S. Embassy in Baghdad recently? I don't know if any kind of damage to any radars by any kind of, say, Iranian drone attacks is having any kind of impact on Israel shooting down missiles. It's an interesting question. I do not know that if there is any sort of impact from that. I am not of help to you in answering that question. But it's an interesting question. By the way, thanks to Rez Junglist. I got that fire for subscribing over there on Twitch. Thanks, Rez, for your support. And M. Bunny Lady. So, like the Wall Street Journal had a story about a week ago, about a week and a half ago, and the headline is Iran is hitting the radars that underpin U.S. missile defenses, carrying out many of the strikes with one-way attack drones. The Wall Street Journal reported that Iran had hit radar, communications, and air defense systems in Qatar, the UAE, Jordan, Bahrain, Kuwait, and Saudi Arabia. I don't know what kind of impact that is having. ABC News has a story from today where they say the headline is U.S. and allied radar sites in the Middle East struck at least 10 times. Visual analysis says. They say in the early days of the war, Iran and its proxies repeatedly targeted the sensitive missile defense infrastructure that underpins the early warning system used by the U.S. and its allies. Again, I don't know. They say the extent of the damage cannot be verified. And the War Zone, if you want to read it, has a whole article that says Iranian attacks on prized missile defense radars are a wake-up call. I'll post a link to the article from the War Zone in the chat, military news site. They say Iran's attacks on high-value radars that enabled the region's missile defense capabilities appear to have succeeded on multiple occasions. The irony that lower-end, long-range kamikaze drones are perhaps the biggest threat to extremely advanced radars capable of providing telemetry for intercepting targets traveling at hypersonic speeds, sometimes in space, is glaring. The losses of the radars and or damage to their facilities should finally serve as a stark wake-up call regarding the vulnerability of these critical but largely static assets, says the War Zone. The War Zone also said, based on the information at hand, it appears that Iran has been able to destroy one U.S. ANTPY-2 radar in Jordan and damage the massive American-made AN-FPS-132 phased array radar in Qatar, prompting immediate concerns about available radar coverage to help to respond to further barrages. There are strong indications a number of similar systems have been destroyed or damaged as well, says the War Zone. They talk about some of the specifics of the attacks on radars in that article. I'll post a link to the article again. LGS says, how much longer is this going to last? It is so precarious. Brent crude, by the way, is at about 107.5 right now, roughly. It was at 111 earlier in our stream. Jenny's Garden says, pesky drones causing a lot of problems for sure during this war. Lauren LFC says, this was never going to be a quick war. You were lied to. One Accedi thinks Iran has shortened the launch to alert warning time. Is that true? I mean, the rockets, there's not much time for the rockets coming out of Lebanon because they're so close. I don't know that it's been true that the alert to launch to alert warning time. I don't know that that's been shortened. Don't know. Again, there have been, while we've been on the air, there have been 2 missile attacks from Iran. Each appeared to have one missile, a cluster missile, and both of those attacks were fatal. 4 Palestinian women died in the first attack in the West Bank, and 1 foreign worker in Israel died in Israel in the second attack. Our viewer DJ Saltlick says, I imagine every intel and defense satellite at disposal is focused on the region currently. Thanks to our Twitch subscribers, by the way, for all your support, like Wall Street and Shaggy, Naomi Rousseau, also Los Gatos de Wilson, Annie Cush, Matt, and also our YouTube members. Want to give them a shout out. People like Zeppelin, Clarence, Johnny Boy, Chapstick, Sydney, Evelyn in Maine, 1XCD DJS, El Godego, Michael Avery, Czar Miko Czar, Space Dust, Christopher Noyes, Gary Baines, Mark Etienne LaRouche, Beam Me Up, Scottish Lass, Wullen Official, Taste Vim, Austin Batman, all of our other members over there, thank you. Oopsie. It's so loud. It's like, I don't know if it's windy there. Something's blowing around on that stream. The audio is too loud. Lowering the audio from that stream. The other Beirut stream has been down. That's the one I normally show. That has better audio. But there have been issues with that one, which I'm hoping will get fixed. It's Ed thinks oil will be $200 a barrel soon. Can I turn the audio on the other one? Nope. Is it not working? Try the audio from the other one. The other feed is, the other feed's having issues now, so can't use the audio from that. Leave the audio one from this one. One Beirut feed, the audio has something blowing constantly, which is annoying. The other one has the audio pausing every few seconds, which is annoying. Okay, I'll leave it like this. We have it on. It is 1:12 Israel time. Is the U.S. going to try to forcibly open the Strait of Hormuz? Is that going to happen? It can't happen, says Orange Man Good. Are people having issues with the chat? I don't know. Some people said they were having issues with the chat. Thanks Fyodor XOP for being a member. Thanks Robin's Dogs for being a member. Thanks Weaselman, who says any coward nation that refuses to help open the strait should be banned to purchase any oil that ever comes through when the new government is in place. Thank you, Weaselman. Thanks also so much, Alex78 for the memberships. Thank you, Alex. Also, Cyrus the Virus, thanks for the membership. People are saying no. People are saying the chat is fine. Washington Post reports the Pentagon has asked the White House to approve a more than $200 billion request to Congress to fund the war. In an enormous new ask, says the Post, that is almost certain to run into resistance from lawmakers opposed to the conflict. That number would far surpass the costs of the administration's massive airstrike campaign to date and instead seek to urgently increase production of critical weaponry expended as U.S. and Israeli forces have struck thousands of targets over the past 3 weeks. It remains unclear how much the White House will ultimately ask congressional lawmakers to approve. Some White House officials do not think the Pentagon's $200 billion request has a realistic shot of being approved in Congress. The Pentagon has floated several different proposed funding requests over the past 2 weeks. The Washington Post says the funding request is likely to stage a major political battle in Congress as public support for the effort remains tepid and Democrats have been sharply critical. Republicans have signaled support for the forthcoming supplemental request, but haven't committed to a legislative strategy or found a clear path to surpass the Senate's 60-vote threshold. Experts say the coming fight over the Pentagon's funding request is likely to be a test of the war's popularity, says the Washington Post, as critics are expected to try to defeat the measure as a signal of their opposition to U.S. involvement in the conflict. Mark Kansian with Center for Strategic and International Studies says, we have made some cost estimates of the cost of the war based on the limited data available, but there's tremendous uncertainty and Congress wants to know what the bill is. If the administration asks for more money, there will be a big political fight because all the anti-war sentiment will focus on that request. An additional problem with any request, says the Post, will be the limitations on how quickly the U.S. defense industry will be able to increase production, a time frame limited by the number of available workers, production facilities, and critical materials required to build the military's most exquisite weaponry, experts said. The Pentagon's former acting controller, Elaine McCusker, said, just throwing lots of money into the industrial base doesn't necessarily get you things sooner, but you're definitely not going to get it sooner if you don't put that money in. So again, the Pentagon has asked the White House to approve a more than $200 billion request to Congress to fund the war in Iran, says the Post. Some White House officials do not think the Pentagon's request has a realistic shot of being approved in Congress, and it is unclear how much the White House will ultimately ask Congress to approve. Hang on a moment. Man, that is not working. What's going on here? Hang on. I may have to do a... Hold on. Give it a second here. That's working. That's working. Hold on. I have to do something here. Give me one moment. Give me one moment here. I'm going to take some more of your comments. Okay. Thanks, Ken Lance. Ken says, hope this war comes to a conclusion soon. I mean, if President Trump decides to try to open up the Strait of Hormuz by force, I don't know how long that's going to take and when that might start. Remember also, we heard those reports, was it yesterday or the day before, that the USS Gerald R. Ford aircraft carrier, the biggest and newest aircraft carrier, the U.S.'s newest aircraft carrier, the biggest in the world, aircraft carrier, has to go to port in Crete after a fire that several days ago reportedly started in the laundry room. Reports say that it's going to get repairs and it's going to take a week or more. Could that delay things? Does opening up Hormuz end it, says DJN. Marcus G says, send in the Marines. ASIN thinks it will end when Iran wants it to end. Game of Adages says, probably going to be war from here on out. Maybe in a little bit I might eat, because I'm going to have to eat at some point. There's a plane coming in on the feed in Beirut. Excuse me. According to Flight Radar 24, that plane is this plane right here. Oh, that looks like it's taking off. That one. There's another one. That one. Riyadh to Beirut. MEA. That's an airline. That's a Lebanese airline. Middle East Airlines. How are they still flying? That's MEA is known for that. They fly under times of fighting involving the country. They've been known for that in the past. So today is Wednesday. When we get to Saturday, we'll get into week 4 of the war. Maybe what I'll do, because you know the way this goes, when we came on the air, there was all this stuff happening. Oh, by the way, yeah. So when I came on, there was all this stuff happening. So maybe I'll take advantage of this time right now to take 5 minutes and put my food in the air fryer. We're going to keep the stream going, but maybe I'll put my food in the air fryer. And because I got to eat something. And I'll come back while it's cooking. Okay. So hang out. Give me about 5 minutes or so. Let me put my food in, and then I'll continue the coverage. I'm gonna be watching. I'll watch the camera, and while I'm doing it, just to make sure nothing crazy happens. The camera, and all right, I'll be right back. Thanks, Joey Kenny. Iran hit Ben Gurion Airport hard, by the way. You know, I get messages, I think, every other day claiming that Ben Gurion Airport has been hit by Iran. And it just seems like it's all just false rumors. Somebody sent me a video earlier today that supposedly showed Ben Gurion Airport on fire. I think it's just all false rumors. I have nothing reliable suggesting the airport's been hit by Iran. Thank you, though, Joey Kenny. I appreciate it. All right, I'll be right back. Wait, hold on. Before I put the food in, Pam Bondi and Todd Blanchard speaking. Pam Bondi and Todd Blanchard speaking. Hold on, let me put this on for you live. Look.
No documents were released, only under the Trump administration. And we released 3 million documents, had 500 attorneys working on that, complying with the law the best we could, and protecting victims in doing it.
Madam Attorney General, this
Go ahead.
has been quite an odyssey for you. This began with an encounter you had with some activists in Roosevelt Room where you handed out some binders. Then there was a discussion, a statement that the FBI and DOJ put out that this investigation was over. Flash ahead to a couple of weeks ago, you had a very unusual appearance before the House Judiciary Committee. Do you have any regrets? Is there anything you might have done differently? And do you think that your comportment and the department's comportment in this have exacerbated the public's lack of trust in this process?
Well, let me repeat what I just said. This has spanned 4 administrations: Bush, Obama, well, Trump 1, 45, where Jeffrey Epstein was prosecuted, and then Joe Biden's administration. 0 documents were provided. We have provided 3 million documents. 3 million documents, the height of the Eiffel Tower, used 500 attorneys working around the clock, have identified, either they self-identified or through their attorneys, 1,200 victims who we did our very, very best to protect their identities. And so we're proud of the work that we've done on this. Go ahead. Next question.
Democrats on the committee walked out. They called it a, quote, fake hearing and said you were just trying to get around appearing for a deposition. Can you respond to those?
Sure. We were there to answer questions. It's the evening. We came at their convenience. We gave them really as much time as they wanted. And one congresswoman screamed C-SPAN wasn't in there, so she didn't want to ask questions. Yet all day long they've been on social media saying they had all these questions. We sat there saying, anything you want to ask us anything you want to ask us. And they screamed C-SPAN wasn't there, one of them, and then they stormed out of the meeting. So
Can you just
thank you all.
Can you
Thank you. Have a good night.
Contact
Thank you.
with victims. Some victims have said they aren't satisfied with responses they've received from your office.
Sorry, I saw that on and I wanted to let you see it. So, all right. This was that was Pam Bondi and Todd Blanche after giving a briefing to the House Oversight Committee today. All right, let me get rid of that now. I'll put the other thing back up. But I did want you to be able to see some of that. Thanks for your patience. Let me just get this back on the screen here. Okay, there's that. We don't need this. We'll put that up. We don't want that sound. We want this sound. All right. Give me. All right. So I need to go put my food in. Just give me a couple minutes. I'm going to put my food in the air fryer and come back. So hang tight. I have to switch let me switch to the other feed. This feed is off and on. This feed is having issues again. Let me switch to the other one. Put Tel Aviv back up too. One moment. That one's having issues. Okay, there we go. All right. I'll be right back. Thanks so much, Pamela Ann. Pamela Ann, it looks like you're in the chat. If I can see your message here, it looks like I can see your message. That means you're in the chat. Thank you so much, Pamela Ann. That's very nice of you. And also, maybe one of the mods can shout out Pamela Ann. But looks like Pamela Inc. can chat to me. Thank you also, News with Snacks. News with Snacks, thank you so much. All right, hold on a moment. I'll be right back. Too loud. Noisy. Sorry about the windiness. Okay, my food is cooking. Let's see. Oh, what is this? Hold on. There's a press conference in Saudi Arabia. Is this in English? Hold on, I have a Saudi Arabia press conference. Give me a moment here. Is this in English or not?
Attack
Yes.
the livelihoods of ordinary Saudis. You know, when I see an attack today, two refineries in Riyadh were attacked. What's the purpose of that? What possible military purpose can you have for attacking a refinery in a non-combatant? So the Iranians will have to understand that this has consequences.
عبد الرحمن العصيمي من قناة العربية. يردد المسؤولون الإيرانيون بأن هجماتهم تجاه دول الخليج العربي هي تجاه قواعد عسكرية، قواعد أمريكية، والواقع يقول عكس ذلك. كيف تقرأ سموكم هذا التناقض في تصريحات المسؤولين الإيرانيين تجاه دول الخليج؟ السؤال الثاني دبلوماسيا، هل ستتحرك السعودية إلى ما أبعد من ذلك؟ هل ربما تذهب إلى مجلس الأمن أو غيره من المنظمات؟
يعني شوف، هذا التناقض للأسف ما هو جديد، وهذا هو التحدي التاريخي في العلاقة مع هذا النظام في إيران. يعني عندما نتحدث معهم في الماضي عن دعمهم للميليشيات ينكرونه. يعني لما نتحدث معهم عن دعم مثلا للحوثي في إيران ينكرون. عندما نتحدث معهم عن أدوارهم في أعمال تخريبية في المملكة كانوا ينكرون. فهم يبدو اعتادوا على ارتكاب الجرم وإنكاره. هذا لم يعد ينطلي على أحد، وأظن الرأي العام وأظن العالم كله يرى الآن، لأنه لا يمكن إنكار هذه الصواريخ البالستية التي تستهدف أعيان مدنية. ويعني يجب أن نستذكر أن استهداف الأعيان المدنية لم يأتي كخطوة تصعيدية من الجانب الإيراني، هو أتى في بدايات الحرب. يعني في ثاني يوم كان هناك استهداف لحقول نفطية في المملكة، يعني بفضل الله وحمده وجهود رجال الدفاع الجوي تم التصدي لها وتكرر هذا. لكن حقيقة الأمر أن الاستهداف للأهداف المدنية متكرر، وكذلك في قطر، وكذلك في الإمارات، وكذلك في البحرين، وكذلك في الكويت ودول أخرى. يعني هذا الحجة الواهية باستهداف التواجد الأمريكي أعتقد لا يجب أن تكون مقنعة لأي عاقل يرى حقيقة الأمر، وبالذات أن الدول التي سميتها على رأس المملكة كانت أرسلت رسائل واضحة للجانب الإيراني قبل بدء العمليات أن هذه الدول لن تسمح باستخدام أراضيها بأي شكل من الأشكال لمهاجمة إيران، وأن أي تواجد للدول صديقة فيها سيكون محصورا في عملية الدفاع عن النفس. وهذا
By the way, when this is done, maybe after I eat, we can replay the part that I missed at the start. Some of this is in English, by the way.
التواجد الأمريكي هنا أغلبه له علاقة بعمليات مكافحة داعش، التحالف مكافحة داعش. فكل هذه الأعذار وكل هذه الأسباب هي محاولة للجانب الإيراني من الجانب الإيراني للتغطية على الحقيقة الاستراتيجية، أنه هو عنده لنقول سياسة ابتزاز يأمل من خلالها الوصول لأهدافه السياسية. والذي أريد أن يفهمه الجانب الإيراني أنه لا المملكة ولا دول الخليج تقبل الابتزاز أو تستجيب له، والتصعيد يقابله تصعيد. الحراك الآن سياسي وبالتأكيد سيكون قوي، وهذا الاجتماع جزء من هذا. وطبعا مجلس الأمن في قرار قد صدر قرار الآن، إيران مطالبة بالالتزام بهذا القرار. هذا قرار دولي صادر من مجلس الأمن ملزم. إذا لم تلتزم بالتأكيد سنعود لمطالبتها بالالتزام أو مطالبة للمجتمع الدولي باتخاذ ما يلزم لإلزامها بذلك. وسيتبعه الآن حراك أيضا فيما يتعلق بحرية الملاحة، لأنه حرية الملاحة لا يمكن تبرير هذا العمل لأي غرض عسكري. هو مرة أخرى محاولة للابتزاز، ليس إلا يؤثر على أسواق الطاقة، يؤثر لكن أيضا على أسواق المواد الغذائية، لأنه العالم يعتمد على المغذيات، على الأسمدة اللي تأتي من المملكة ومن دول الخليج. وبدأنا نرى أسعار ترتفع 40-50%. هذا يعني ربما ليس الكثير يتحدث عنه الآن، لكن ارتفاع أسعار الأسمدة هذا سيؤثر بالذات على الدول الفقيرة الذي كثير منها دول إسلامية، غير أنه يؤثر أيضا على وصول المواد الغذائية والاحتياجات الغذائية لدول الخليج. الحمد لله المملكة بحكم حجمها وإطلالتها على البحر الأحمر قادرة على أنها تكون جزء من آلية الصمود للدول الخليجية، وفتحنا الموانئ وفتحنا الطرق، ونتعاون لضمان وصول كل الاحتياجات لأشقائنا. وكذلك يعني هناك تنسيق عالي بالمستوى في كل ما يتعلق بالصمود في مواجهة هذه الاعتداءات.
He was speaking, when we started watching, he was speaking English. Let's see what the next question is.
Excellency, Taimur Azhari from Reuters. Frustration with the US over this war has been telegraphed, and I think there's a growing fury at Iran for the attacks that are taking place. Is it better for Saudi Arabia and for the states impacted by this at the moment for this war to end swiftly and potentially face an uncertain situation, potentially face an emboldened Iran? Or do you in fact think that it might be better for Iran's capabilities to be further degraded so that maybe this doesn't happen again in the same way?
So what I care about now is that the attacks on my country and on my neighboring countries that are not involved in this conflict end. That's all I'm interested in. And we're going to use every lever we have, political, economic, diplomatic, and elsewise, to get these attacks to stop. That's what I care about.
It's Keir Simmons from NBC News. Have you ever experienced in your diplomatic life an evening where you have organized a meeting of senior representatives of countries and a neighboring country fires upon the city where that meeting is taking place? And to the point, the question you were asked, just to ask again honestly, can Saudi Arabia now ever envisage an Iran that is able to threaten it with missiles and drones and is able to determine the oil price by effectively closing the Strait of Hormuz?
I've not had a long enough diplomatic career to have experienced such a blatant attempt at blackmail as firing missiles while a diplomatic gathering is taking place. And that's what it was. To me, it was clear that the attack today was timed to coincide with this meeting in order to attempt, I don't know, to intimidate those present, to send home the message that Iran will not stop. All I can say is we were not intimidated. We were not in any way convinced that Iran can be a legitimate partner when it behaves this way. So the reality is any re-engagement with Iran, this conflict will end at some point. But I have to tell you, what little trust there was before has completely been shattered. Has been shattered on multiple levels. First, because Iran knows that most of the countries in the room today worked very hard to support diplomatic outcomes. Also, because we were quite clear with Iran that we would not be combatants in any confrontation that came. Not only that, that we would not allow our facilities to be used to target Iran, that would be restricted to self-defense. Within the second day, our civilian infrastructure was being targeted, as I mentioned earlier. And most importantly, when we hear from the Iranians and they say, oh, it's not us. These drones came from somewhere else. These drones maybe were controlled by someone else. We hear that from the diplomats, but then we hear from the IRGC very clear statements that all of these targets are legitimate. And we know for a fact that Iran has been building this strategy over the last decade and beyond. This is not something that is a reaction to an evolving circumstance where Iran is improvising. This has been built into their war planning, targeting their neighbors and using that to try and put pressure on the international community is something that every report we saw, and now we see translated into action, indicated was the case. And the level of accuracy in some of this targeting, you can see it in our neighbors as well as the kingdom, indicates that this is something that was premeditated, pre-planned, pre-organized, and well thought out. So all of these denials fall, I have to tell you, on deaf ears. And as I said, have caused whatever trust there may have been in the past to be broken. So when this war eventually ends, in order for there to be any rebuilding of trust, will take a long time. And I have to tell you, if Iran doesn't stop, that is the mood also I heard in this room earlier, immediately, I think there will be almost nothing that can reestablish that trust.
Rohit Khatri from ITV. I just wanted to expand on an earlier question by asking what type of activity from Iran would prompt Saudi Arabia to switch those warnings about military action into actual aggressive activity. And secondly, I wanted to ask also about the US. Is there any frustration from Saudi Arabia that the US should have foreseen Iran's response when it embarked on this war, or that it perhaps did foresee Iran's response but chose to ignore it?
So I'm not going to lay out what would and would not precipitate a defensive action by the kingdom, because I think that's not a wise approach to signal to the Iranians. But I think it's important for the Iranians to understand that the kingdom, but also its partners who have been attacked and beyond, have very significant capacities and capabilities that they could bring to bear should they choose to do so. And the patience that is being exhibited is not unlimited. Do they have a day, 2, a week? Does it, I'm not going to telegraph that. I would hope that they understand the message of the meeting today and recalculate quickly and stop attacking their neighbors. But I am doubtful that they have that wisdom. And I think the fact that, as I said, I think that they have attacked us is something that cannot be justified. So I won't get even into this argument of tying what they're doing to our countries to the Iranian, to the American operation. To me, they are two separate issues. And regardless of any other factor, I'm not going to justify or allow this equivalency between the war that Iran is engaged in and the war Iran is trying to draw me into.
مع الوزير جمال الوصيف قناة القاهرة الإخبارية. الاعتداءات الإيرانية المستمرة معاليك تحدثت عن أن إيران لن تعد شريكا استراتيجيا أو لن يكون هناك تعاون بسبب هذه السلوكيات العدائية. نود أن نعرف متى يمكن لهذه الحرب أن تتوقف؟ هل هناك خطوط اتصال مع الجانب الإيراني خاصة بعد القضاء على الصف الأول أو جزء كبير من الصف الأول في القيادة الإيرانية، فكيف سيتم التواصل مع الجانب الإيراني ورؤيتكم ورؤية الوزراء لهذه الحرب والاعتداءات متى
Hey guys, really quick. So I'm about to go eat. I'm going to leave this on, let it play out, because some of it's in English. I do want to message something. There's a new Reuters report out right now, and we'll talk about this when I return. Reuters is reporting that President Trump's administration is considering deploying thousands of U.S. troops to reinforce its operation in the Middle East as the U.S. prepares for possible next steps in its campaign against Iran. And these options include securing safe passages for oil tankers through the Strait of Hormuz, a mission that would be accomplished primarily through air and naval forces. Securing the strait could also mean deploying U.S. troops to Iran's shoreline. Securing the straits could also mean deploying the troops to Iran's shoreline, said 4 sources. And again, we'll talk about this. The Trump administration has also discussed options to send ground forces to Karg Island, Reuters says. Okay, so again, President Trump's administration is considering deploying thousands of U.S. troops to reinforce its operation in the Middle East, and we'll talk about that more when I got to go eat my food, but we'll talk about it more when I get back. Okay. All right, hang on a moment here.
توقف الحرب أظن أن هذا يعود في الأساس للجانب الإيراني، ولا معلومات لدي حيال وجود اتصالات من عدمها.
السلام عليكم سمو الوزير. أحمد الغامدي من قناة الشرق للأخبار. سمو الوزير، يحاول المسؤولون الإيرانيون استعطاف العالم الإسلامي من خلال خطاب يصور إيران إلى أنها الدولة التي تحارب من أجل القضايا الإسلامية. كيف ترون هذا الخطاب وهذه الرسالة في هذا التوقيت؟
يعني ماذا يعني اللي أنا أقول، يعني كيف تحارب من أجل قضايا العالم الإسلامي وهي تهاجم العالم الإسلامي؟ يعني ليس دولة واحدة التي تهاجمها، يعني المملكة العربية السعودية، البحرين، الكويت، قطر، الإمارات العربية المتحدة، سلطنة عمان، لبنان، الأردن، أذربيجان، تركيا، كل هذول بلدان إسلامية وتهاجمهم. وحتى قبل هذه الحرب ماذا كان مساهمة إيران في قضايا العالم الإسلامي؟ دعم ميليشيا الحوثي في اليمن، دعم الحشد الشعبي في العراق، والذي اليوم يهاجم ليس فقط جيرانه، يهاجم العراق نفسه، ينفذ ضربات داخل العراق. حزب الله في لبنان الذي لم يكتفي بمحاولة مصادرة القرار السياسي في لبنان، لكن كان ذراعا فاعلا للقيام بأعمال تخريبية في دول المنطقة منها المملكة العربية السعودية. ولعل المثل الأكبر دور إيران وحزب الله في سوريا. فأين النصرة لقضايا العالم الإسلامي في دعم ومساندة ارتكاب هذه الجرائم التي قام بها النظام السابق في سوريا؟ أين دعم قضايا العالم الإسلامي في اغتيال السياسيين في لبنان؟ أين دعم قضايا العالم الإسلامي في تمكين ميليشيات الحشد الشعبي من مصادرة القرار السياسي في العراق لدرجة أن مسارات التنمية هناك تعطلت؟ أين دعم القضايا الإسلامية؟ لا أراه للأسف. هي شعارات يتم الاختباء من ورائها، ونلاحظ أن هذه الأدوات تعمل في الأساس لحماية المصالح الإيرانية، لا تعمل لحماية الشعارات التي يحتمون من ورائها. شكرا لكم.
Okay, hey guys. Sorry, I haven't even eaten yet. I gotta go eat. I gotta eat. Let me just put the. Hey guys. Oh, sorry. So I'm taking a meal break. I'm putting the footage up of the feeds. I'll keep an eye out. When I come back, we'll discuss this news story from Reuters saying that the administration is considering sending thousands more troops to the Middle East for the military effort. And let me just get back up for you the Tel Aviv live shot, and I'll keep an eye on what's going on. But I need to eat. Okay, we got both of those up there. We got both of those up. I'll put the sound on. Oh, it's a little noisy. All right. I'll see you in a few. Hold on. Give me one more second here. We will discuss that story when I get back. Okay? Hey, thanks to Duck Vision. Thank you to Duck Vision and Stephen Briones. Duck Vision and Stephen Briones, thank you. Thanks to all of our moderators as well. And thanks to Maneswerg and Twin Girl Loves Dogs on Twitch. All right, I'll be back shortly. All right, we are back. We have a bunch of updates to talk about. A bunch of new updates to talk about. New developments. Let's get into it. By the way, hey, thanks to Josh Barnes and Noah the Gamer for your support, and Michael Olson. Thank you. And Tie Shoes. Thank you, Tie Shoes, who thinks the high prices are going to get worse. Thank you, Michigan Blunder. Thanks, Michigan Blunder. And Sweb on Twitch. Manezwerg on Twitch. And Big Dog Gaming on Twitch. I'm going to turn the volume down here. Okay, we got a bunch of developments to talk about. New developments. First of all, there's fire again at the Ras Laffan liquefied natural gas complex. So earlier today, remember, Israel attacked Iran's South Pars oil field, which is an important oil field for Iran, and Israel attacked it. South Pars gas field, not oil field, South Pars gas field. That happened earlier today. Okay, and then in response, Iran attacked the Ras Laffan gas facility. Let me tell you a little bit about this. Hold on a second here, really quick. Where did this go? Where did it go when I was looking at? Hold on. Here. So you can see this here, look. Iran blames Israel for gas field attack, fires missiles at Qatar and Saudi energy facilities. And earlier today, Israel hit the South Pars gas field that Iran controls with Qatar. They each control part of it. And then Iran, in response, fired missiles at the Ras Laffan industrial city, which is an energy industry hub. And it did extensive damage there. And South Pars, which is the Iranian gas field that got hit, South Pars is the Iranian sector of the world's largest natural gas deposit. And regarding the Qatari facility, at Ras Laffan it's home to the world's biggest liquid natural gas export plant. So those are both important facilities. Okay, so that's happened earlier today. As background, that happened earlier today. Now, what happened is, after several hours, I believe it was, the Ministry of the Interior in Qatar said they had got the fire. They had initially brought the fire under control at Ras Laffan. But look what they just posted 28 minutes ago. Look what they said, Qatar. Civil defense is dealing with a fire incident in Ras Laffan industrial area due to an Iranian targeting. So it looks like Iran hit it again. Right? Because they had initially said, hours ago, they said Iran hit it. There was extensive damage. Then they said we've initially brought the fire under control. And now they're saying the same. Now they're saying there's a fire due to an Iranian targeting. And Bloomberg reported, Bloomberg's Steven Stapczynski says that this is the second attack in the last 12 hours on this facility. So it looks like Iran has hit it again. New. But again, that's new from the Qatari government. That's a new report from them that there's been another Iranian targeting. Average Norwegian gamer says, I saw the pics. I don't think the fire was under control. Now, I guess in some world, it could have happened that they said the fire was under control and then it got big again or something. All I can tell you is this is what they posted a half hour ago. You can see it. That's from them. Constant Juicer says they learned double tap technique. Well, another question is if they hit it again, were any people dealing with the fire hurt? Well, they say there were no injuries. Maybe they had warning that another missile was coming or something, or drones were coming. I don't know what hit it, but you can see there half an hour ago. And Ras Laffan is Qatar's main site for the production of liquefied natural gas and gas to liquid. And as I mentioned, hold on a second here. Just to mention a little more about Ras Laffan. That complex includes, hold on. Ras Laffan complex includes the world's largest liquefied natural gas export plant. Okay, so we'll keep an eye on that. It looks like Iran has hit that very important natural gas plant again. Update number two. It looks like Iran has, for the first time in 6 days, has hit a ship in the general area of Strait of Hormuz. UK MTO. So this is attack. This one right here. That's it, right? Yeah, this one. So well, this is maybe more near Fujairah. Here. So Strait of Hormuz is up here. Strait of Hormuz here. The new incident is down here, where that X is here, and it's not far from this port Fujairah. That's a UAE port that they can use to ship oil out and not have to go through the Strait of Hormuz because it's outside the Strait of Hormuz. Look what this says. UK MTO has received, this is a UK Navy, I believe, runs this organization. It's under the UK Navy, I believe. Yes, Royal Navy runs this. UK MTO has received a report of an incident 11 nautical miles east of Khawar Fakhan, UAE. It has been reported to the UK MTO that a vessel has been hit by an unknown projectile, which has resulted in a fire on board the vessel. Vessels are advised to transit with caution and report any suspicious activity. So this would be the first. Well, there was an incident a day or two ago, which may have been an attack too. 2 days ago, a tanker reported being struck by an unknown projectile. And then the CSO on the ship reported the vessel was subjected to falling debris from interceptions in the vicinity of the vessel. Now, I guess that could have been a case where just by accident, a missile was shot down or a drone was shot down and the debris happened to hit this ship. But it's also possible that that was a case where a drone or a missile was shot down close to the ship because it was targeting the ship. So it's possible. There was a possible attack a couple days ago. This looks for the moment like a new attack, the one I just told you about. So that's going on. That's going on. Here's a picture with the map right here of the latest reported ship that's been hit. Again, the Strait of Hormuz is here. It's not far from the Strait of Hormuz. Okay, and I want to mention this. Scapegrace says, whose vessel has been hit? We do not know that yet. I haven't seen any reports on that. And then, and I mentioned this earlier, this seems like an important report. Oh, breaking news. Breaking news. Qatar. The Qatari Ministry of Defense announces that the state of Qatar was subjected to a ballistic missile attack from Iran, targeting Ras Laffan industrial city, resulting in damages. This is new. So they again, it sounds like that Iran attacked it again. Hours and hours ago they attacked it, and I believe they attacked it again. The largest LNG export plant in the facility in the world, I believe, is at Ras Laffan. Very important liquefied natural gas site. No specifics there. New report from the Qatar Ministry of Defense. No specifics. The Qatari Ministry of Defense announces that the state of Qatar was subjected to a ballistic missile attack from Iran, targeting Ras Laffan industrial city, resulting in damages. May Allah protect Qatar, its emir, its people, and all the residents on land. So it looks like they did it again. So I don't have updates on what the damage is from this apparent second attack. And We don't even know. The government of Qatar said there was extensive damage from the first attack, which would have been, well, I guess in Qatar, it's going to be Qatar, that's probably Thursday, right? Yeah, it's Thursday Qatar time. So looks like for the second straight day, but in roughly 12 hours, Iran has attacked that key gas hub twice. Now, I haven't even gotten to the other thing, which we talked about a little earlier. That facility that Iran attacked hosts the hosts an LNG. There's an LNG plant, a liquefied natural gas plant at that facility, which accounts for about 1/5 of global liquefied natural gas supply. Bloomberg had reported that that facility was being evacuated earlier after the facility was put on a list of potential targets issued by Iran today after Israel hit Iran's South Pars gas field. All right, so a bunch going on. And we haven't even talked about this other thing again, which I want to talk about. Sandy Doggo says, in other words, Trump ain't getting Hormuz open anytime soon. Well, there's this. I mentioned this before. But to show you again, where is it here? We didn't really get to talk about it in detail. New report from Reuters. U.S. weighs military reinforcements as Iran war enters possible new phase. Reuters tonight is reporting President Donald Trump's administration is considering deploying thousands of U.S. troops to reinforce its operation in the Middle East as the military prepares for possible next steps in its campaign against Iran, said a U.S. official and 3 people familiar with the matter. The deployments could help provide Trump with additional options as he weighs expanding U.S. operations with the Iran war well into its 3rd week. These options include securing safe passage for oil tankers through the Strait of Hormuz, a mission that would be accomplished primarily through air and naval forces, the sources said, but securing the Strait of Hormuz could also mean deploying U.S. troops to Iran's shoreline, said 4 sources, including 2 U.S. officials. The Trump administration has also discussed options to send ground forces to Iran's Karg Island, the hub for 90% of Iran's oil exports, the 3 people familiar with the matter and 3 U.S. officials said. One of the officials said such an operation would be very risky. Iran has the ability to reach the island with missiles and drones. Any use of U.S. ground troops, even for a limited mission, could pose significant political risks for Trump, given low support among the American public for the Iran campaign and Trump's own campaign promises to avoid entangling the U.S. in new Middle East conflict, says Reuters. Trump administration officials have also discussed the possibility of deploying U.S. forces to secure Iran's stocks of highly enriched uranium, one of the people familiar with the matter said. The sources did not believe a deployment of ground forces anywhere in Iran was imminent, but declined to discuss specifics of U.S. operational planning. Experts say these tasks of securing Iran's uranium stockpiles would be highly complex and risky even for U.S. Special Operations Forces. A White House official speaking on condition of anonymity said, there has been no decision to send ground troops at this time, but President Trump wisely keeps all options at his disposal. And this is different than the roughly 2,000 Marines and additional sailors that are reportedly on the way to the Middle East, okay? This is additional people. I'm going to take some comments here. Hold on. That's my understanding, that this is not talking about what was reported days ago about a new Marine Expeditionary Force going there, or some sort of force of Marines with supporting boats and other equipment. Hang on. Yes, look, it says it in the article. It actually says it right in the article. The sources said the discussions on U.S. reinforcements go beyond the arrival of an amphibious ready group next week in the Middle East with an attached Marine Expeditionary Unit that includes more than 2,000 Marines. But one of the sources noted the U.S. military was losing a significant number of forces with the decision to send the USS Gerald R. Ford aircraft carrier to Greece for maintenance after a fire on board the vessel. Again, though, Reuters reporting that President Trump's administration is considering deploying thousands of U.S. troops to reinforce the operation in the Middle East. As the U.S. military prepares for possible next steps in its campaign against Iran, options being considered include securing safe passage for oil tankers through the Strait of Hormuz, which could involve putting ground troops on Iran's shoreline, also sending ground forces to Karg Island, also possibly going into Iran to secure Iran's highly enriched uranium. All right, let me take some comments from you guys. Again, I cannot confirm the reporting. I certainly would think the administration is considering what to do next. I don't think the administration is going to be, I don't think Trump is okay with just letting Iran have the Strait of Hormuz be closed. My best friend John says, I'm predicting the U.S. runs out of oil, some kind of shortage where we have to wait in long lines. Now, the U.S. is a net exporter of oil, but it does import some oil. My understanding is that the big risk oil-wise to the U.S. is not so much a shortage. Well, there may be certain things that could be shortage of, but like, for example, a gasoline shortage as of rising prices. But I mean, there's all kinds of petroleum products, and I don't know what's made here and what's made somewhere else. And there's different types of oil. And I believe that the U.S. still imports some oil because certain refineries here are set up to use certain types of oil. So I'm not an expert on all that. But who knows what will happen. Chowder says, don't we have 50,000 military in the area? I believe you're right. Isn't that the number that's been floating around? Yeah, U.S. Central Command has said roughly 50,000 troops are in the Middle East. Alex says thinking it'll be about 10,000 people. Strong One says it is literally sacrificing heroic U.S. soldiers for what exactly? Our viewer Selmo TV says, for what? Make Israel great again. Our viewer Stagley Music says 50,000 is not enough. We'll see if other outlets start reporting on possible additional troops going to the region. By the way, I've seen this a couple places too. You know, yesterday the director of the National Counterterrorism Center, I believe it was, Joe Kent, resigned from the Trump administration. I know many of you know this, he does not support the war. It is now being reported tonight. I've seen it two places. Both Semaphore and CBS News are reporting that Joe Kent is under FBI investigation for allegedly leaking classified information. Both reports say that this investigation has been underway for some time. I don't know what to make of this. But that's being reported by both CBS News and Semaphore. Oh, yeah, it's me. Jeff says he's on Tucker Carlson's show tonight. He is supposed to be on. I mean, I'm not going to steal the broadcast. And you guys can go watch that. I don't even remember what time it was supposed to be. Has it already happened? Or was it 10 tonight or something? Tucker Carlson. He's supposed to be on with Tucker Carlson tonight. Again, I can't speak to the truth or not of that story, and just telling you it's being reported. Operation Epic Fury press conference. I don't know that I'll be awake for this. At 8 a.m. tomorrow. They love the 8 a.m. press conferences. Mikey said the interview is behind a paywall. Hold on. Oh, he said it was live on TCN at 6 p.m. tonight. That was posted by Tucker Carlson earlier. Maybe some people have seen it. Here's what Marjorie Taylor Greene had to say about this news about Joe Kent being under FBI investigation. Marjorie Taylor Greene posted, "So the Trump administration is going to put Joe Kent in jail before anyone on the Epstein list, or anyone from Obama's Russiagate, or anyone from COVID tyranny. Under Trump, I guess Joe Kent, Gold Star husband and deployed 11 times, can join Tina Peters, Gold Star mom, in prison." That's a response from Marjorie Taylor Greene. High Beef says the drama of it all. I don't know if one of our viewers mentioned the natural gas price. I don't know about, are there like multiple natural gas price indexes like there are for, oil price indexes, or oil, different oil prices like Brent and WTI. So I don't know that about natural gas prices. Is there like a benchmark price? I'm looking it up. There's a North America one, there's a Europe one, there's an Asia one. I'm looking online and seeing this. And hold on a second. What does this say? If I'm reading it right, I believe the U.S. natural gas price is up around 6% in the last day. If I'm seeing this right. Were there pre-alerts? Hold on. There's another missile warning coming up. Missile warning coming up, guys. In Tel Aviv. So we need to get the Tel Aviv camera up. Missile warning, pre-warning. Missile launched from Iran. We'll probably hear sirens, but the camera's going to zoom in. Again, the camera's going to zoom in, but hopefully we can still hear the sound. You can check out Intel cams as well. There have already been 2 fatal missile attacks tonight from Iran, both with cluster missiles. In one, 4 Palestinian women died in the West Bank. In another, a foreign worker died in Israel. Somewhere. I'm not sure exactly where. Alone in the darkness thinks cluster warheads are a problem for Israel. Will this be another cluster missile? That I can't tell you. We're waiting for the alerts to come up. Alerts now. You're going to be hearing. Hear the sirens. Sirens in Tel Aviv. I'm waiting for the camera to zoom in. The camera's going to zoom in soon. I hope we don't lose the feed. Sometimes they just cut the feed. Hasn't done anything yet. Oh no! See, that's it. They cut the feed. I think maybe the camera person didn't zoom in, and because the camera person didn't zoom in, probably Reuters just had to cut the feed. That's why I was hoping they would zoom in. What can I do? Anyways, I'm looking at Intel cams. Anyone see anything on Intel cams? Did anyone see anything on Intel camera cams? Anyone? Look, if you take it up with the if you have a problem with it, take it up with the Israeli government. It's Israeli government orders. One interceptor? No, it's not. It's AP is under the same regulations. AP and AFP are all under the same regulations. They are not allowed to show it. The government has told them you can't show it. All right, let me see if interceptors on Al Jazeera, some of our viewers said. Hold on a moment here. We're seeing lightning on the top feed. Give me one moment. I'm going to check and see. Al Jazeera Arabic is showing the sky. They do what they want, but again, let me see what. Oh, the camera just came back. The camera just came back. Look at this. There you go. Doesn't do much good now. I really think the cameraman was asleep and didn't zoom in, and then they had to just cut the feed. I'm going to see if I see any reports of any kind of interception or anything. Some of our viewers claim there were hits on Intel cams. Yeah, there's lightning on the Beirut feed, I believe. Lightning on the Beirut feed. I think that's what you're seeing there. Let's see here. there were explosions, maybe interceptions. What did anyone see that did it look like a cluster thing to anyone who was maybe seeing it on Intel cams? I didn't see it there. There were explosions heard in the Tel Aviv area. I don't know yet what happened. 117 on Arabic, someone said. I think I have that. No clusters or interceptions on Intel cams? I'm checking some Israeli sources here to see what it says. Again, all I've heard so far is there were definitely explosions heard. That could be from interceptions. I am seeing a video posted of what looks like a missile, and I will say I've seen a couple videos posted of what looks like a missile, and it doesn't look like a cluster missile. From the ones I've just seen online, they're unconfirmed, but I saw a couple of them that just showed like one light going through the sky, not lots of lights. Some of you are saying they heard explosions, but I don't think anyone has said to me in the chat. I don't know that some people are saying they did not see cluster stuff. Kev Vetter said Al Jazeera was showing a couple of interceptions and no clusters shown. Yes, Intel Cams is a YouTube channel, exactly. I've seen several videos which appear to show a single missile. That's what I've been seeing. I think you're seeing lightning in the background there. Hey, you know what? I need to take 1 minute. Give me a minute. I'm coming right back. I just need a minute here. So I'll turn the volume up here. Oh, we want the other volume up. We'll take some more of your comments when we come back. Steve will be back in a minute. Just give me a minute. I'm coming right back. Thank you for your patience. Hey, thank you, Sobek, so much. I will check the email, Sobek. Thank you for writing. I appreciate it, Sobek. Thank you. Also, Kojak is back. Thank you. Kojak is back. Thinks the U.S. didn't put enough force in the region, and now the U.S. has no choice but to increase. It's Colin Powell's Pottery Barn rule. Break it, own it. Thank you, Haruna Q. And Scalpy, thanks for being a member. Haruna Q says, Trump era more like the era of war and destruction. Thank you, Andrew Schlegel, who says, Iran is getting frisky all of a sudden. Is it desperation? Thanks, Larry Talbot. We might do a poll in a little bit, Larry. Thank you so much, Larry Talbot. Hey, thank you also to... hold on. William Bowser over there on Facebook. Thanks, William. And thank you, Amplicity, who says Boeing Stratotanker heading towards Iran right now as we speak. Could hear about a new strike shortly. Pretty much, usually, very often when I check Flight Radar, there are Stratotankers going back and forth from Iran to refuel aircraft making bombing runs. I don't mention it every time I see it. I quite regularly hear reports about new strikes in Iran. I don't mention it every single time. So certainly seems like the bombings, the airstrikes are going on still in Iran from the U.S. and Israel. Thank you so much, Amplicity. I really appreciate it. Also, Josh Barnes, thank you. It's interesting. I actually see fewer tankers than I feel like we normally do. Oh, that's a tanker right there. But sometimes you see a bunch of them coming and going in here. There's one right there. Usually if you look at the most tracked, that's one that's over Saudi Arabia right now. Yeah, like as Stoker says, I have no idea how many are really there. It depends on whether they're turning on their, as Stoker says, whether they're turning on their transponders. Initially at the start of the war, you didn't see as many. You saw more like takeoff and landing. Then for a while, you were seeing more actually en route. There could be tons of them there that we just don't see. So I don't know. I kind of assume they're always going back and forth. You can go to flightradar24.com. Stoker says, last night I counted 20 en route. They usually have them on. Thanks so much also to AZ Intel's dad. That's really nice of you. AZ Intel's dad, thank you. Also, Sobek for the membership. So kind of you. Sobek, thank you so much. Sobek from the UK. Please thank Sobek if you got a membership from Sobek or somebody else. Make sure you thank them. John Mahovsky. That's so kind of you, John Mahovsky. Thanks, John, for supporting the channel. And Thorn Ethics. Thank you, Thorn Ethics, for being a member. And thanks to Dog Bees over there on Twitch. Spicy Bicycle. Thank you, Spicy Bicycle on Twitch. Thank you. And Anonymous Gifter. Thank you. And Hey, I want to shout out our moderators, Ruth and Leslie Ladyhawk, are moderating over now. Really appreciate it. We could not have our chat rooms without our moderators. Thank you, Ruth, Leslie Ladyhawk. Then over on Twitch, Big Ball of Yarn, I Got That Fire, J. Joe Inden, Mark HNC, Matthew Kohai 3, and Surly Dev. Big thanks. Margaret Riley, K. Larry Body, Charlotte Webb on Facebook. Huge thank you. Thanks to LT for subscribing over there and Dolly Clark. Thanks Michael Fergal for the Facebook stars and Brian Davio for the Facebook stars. Barry Eisler, thanks for being a subscriber. Linda Belk, Larry, and Misha as well. Thanks so much for moderating over there next. Let's see what other updates we have. MDA Israel says no calls have been received from the last missile alert. No reports of damage, no reports of injuries from the previous missile alert, which appeared to be maybe one missile fired. Maybe. That's all I've seen video of. Thank you, John Mahosky, for becoming a member. Thanks, John. I saw an interesting comment from Bloomberg's Javier Blas, who said the oil market has been discussing whether a Saudi refinery was hit today. Javier Blas from Bloomberg says lots of chatter in the oil market about whether a Saudi refinery in the Red Sea was attacked or not. He does say that crude loadings for the Red Sea continue as normal. The Red Sea terminals are Yanbu and Al Muhayas. Saudi Arabia has been shifting oil shipments. It's been sending them through a pipeline across the country. So it doesn't have, instead of sending it through the Strait of Hormuz, it's been sending it more through the Red Sea. Now it's unclear if Iran will target the Red Sea. Just saw an article about that when you mentioned this. Just as a reminder, here's Iran, here's Saudi Arabia, there's the Persian Gulf, there is the Strait of Hormuz. So Saudi Arabia has a pipeline it can use to send oil across the country so it can get it out by the Red Sea, so it doesn't have to go out past the Strait of Hormuz. But would say Iran have the Houthis in Yemen attack shipping in the Red Sea like they've done in the past. They haven't so far this war. But regarding the Red Sea shipments, for example, Reuters said that Saudi Arabia's crude oil loadings at its port, its Yanbu port in the Red Sea, are set to surge to a record in March. Saudi Arabia can pump up to 7 million barrels per day to its Yanbu port through its east-west pipeline. Ruby Sandwich says, open the strait now. Hey, there was an article in NBC News today. I've been talking about this kind of thing. It's called "Why the Red Sea Could Be the Next Choke Point for the Global Economy." They say with the Strait of Hormuz blocked, Iran has threatened another vital maritime choke point, the Red Sea. The leader of the Houthis on March 5th said, remember, they have attacked shipping in the Red Sea before. The leader of the Houthis on March 5th said, "Our fingers are on the trigger, ready to respond at any moment should developments warrant it." True Blunts, our viewer says, when Houthis finally join, zero oil will be leaving Gulf region unless they go around Cape of Good Hope. Nap Sam says oil better be at $30 a barrel after this nonsense. I am seeing the current price for Brent crude oil at around roughly 111 right now. WTI roughly 99. Brent crude is 111 right now. Maybe we should do a poll. We haven't done a poll yet. We can do a poll. Thanks to Adam Dunlap, 1985. Adam Dunlap, 1985. Thanks for being a member. Thanks also for giving a membership, Adam. Thank you. Thanks, Mackinder, for giving a membership. Mackinder 101. Barry, our viewer, says high fuel costs plus high fertilizer costs. This sounds like a disaster for food prices. So to repeat, Reuters says that the Trump administration is considering sending thousands more troops to the Middle East. And this is also as they consider what to do next. And Reuters says one of the things they're considering is securing safe passage for oil tankers through the Strait of Hormuz. And they say that could involve deploying U.S. troops to Iran's shoreline because the Strait of Hormuz is not far from the shore. 20 miles, 15, 20 miles, I guess. 15, I don't know. You'd have to figure out exactly where the ships are going through. But basically, the idea is that as they go through the Strait of Hormuz, that's a Google map there, they would be vulnerable. One of the things they'd be vulnerable is to missile fire, drone fire from the shore. And those are harder to defend themselves when they're from the shore, when they're close, because you have less time to react to them. So I guess, Mike, maybe we'll ask, will U.S. troops, how to say this? Will U.S. troops be sent to shore of strait? It's on the Iran side. Maybe we'll just ask that. I'll see if I can type it in in a way that it's not 5 sentences long. Thanks, Eric Ortega. Thanks for being a member. Will U.S. troops go to shore of strait in Iran? So the idea is that U.S. troops, at least some of them, would end up on the shore of the Strait of Hormuz in Iran. I don't mean like, oh, there's one special force there or something. You know what I'm saying? Some sort of regular operation. I'll see what you guys say about this. Ooh, I need Twitch poll. Okay, I have posted on YouTube. I've posted on Twitch. Now I need to post it on Facebook. Akamo says, I hope not, but I think it will happen. All right, hold on. Seeing a lot of lightning still. I'm just posting the poll on Facebook. If it allows me to. Create poll. Okay. I asked you guys, I said, will the U.S. troops go to the shore, end up at the shore, on the shore of the Strait of Hormuz in Iran? Let's see what people said. Over there on YouTube, the current poll result is 70% say yes. 70% say yes. Now, let's see. Over there on Facebook right now, it's 65% say yes. And how about, oopsie. How about Twitch? Oopsie. %71% yes on Twitch. Wow. Actually, you're both at 70% now. How about that? Wow, the large majority of you think the U.S. troops will end up on the shore of the Strait of Hormuz in Iran. Our viewer, who said that? Lenzo Brawl says it's doomsday when all platforms uniformly agree. Darcy Lowe thinks it's practically the only choice. Pezcor says, now ask if it's a good idea. JP Shack says the 82nd Airborne will parachute in. Sydney thinks it's too bad if true. One of our viewers said, sorry, who was it here? Ptolemy's Isoter says it's a terrible idea. All right, we're going to wrap the poll up. I appreciate you guys voting in our poll. Over on Facebook, it was 71% as well. I think all of the platforms were about the same. Again, I believe that's just lightning you're seeing back there. That's not if that were explosions, we'd be hearing a lot about it. If you want, I can just do that for a second so you can see the sky back there. Why don't I do that for a second? People seem to want to be able to see that. By the way, I'm looking here. Iranian state media Fars has posted a clip of the Joe Kent interview with Tucker Carlson. Iranian state media posted it. A clip. I didn't see the interview myself. Iranian state media claims that in the interview with Tucker Carlson tonight, Joe Kent said that the last time he saw Charlie Kirk was in June in the West Wing of last year, I guess. He looked me in the eye and said, "Joe, stop us from going to war with Iran." That's according to, I haven't watched the interview. That's what Far State Media said he said. H. Schwartz said with tears in his eyes. I haven't seen the interview. I'm just telling you what Fars State Media said he said. Hoagie thinks Tucker tried 5 times in the last 40 days to stop it. Oh yeah, so I didn't. It was interesting that the comment from Bloomberg's Javier Blast that said lots of chatter in the oil market about whether a Saudi refinery in the Red Sea was attacked or not. I have heard nothing about that. Richard Vertrees thinks it's low class to put words in a dead man's mouth. It is a lot of lightning. Oscar Fish says Beirut is such a dense city. I'm just going to get a little more water. I need 1 minute. I'm going to refill my water bottle here. So hang on a moment. Let me do that. While you watch the lightning, I will just fill my water bottle. Hold on. I'm coming right back. I was going to see if I could find any reports about a Saudi refinery supposedly damaged today. That's unconfirmed. There were rumors that one had been attacked by Iran. It is almost 4 a.m. Israel time, almost 5:30 Iran time, and Lebanon time is the same, almost 4 a.m. Look at all that lightning. Look at this lightning. What a show. See if I have any other updates for you here. The Wall Street Journal says if the U.S. was going to try to take Karg Island, they could either get soldiers there by amphibious landing, by ships, or by air. They have some helicopters designed to land without a runway. For example. It's interesting, the Wall Street Journal said Marines could be deployed to seize other islands inside the strait. And on those islands, U.S. forces would be positioned to interdict Iranian fast boats and shoot down missiles threatening traffic through the strait. Keshem Island, I've seen this discussed several times. Don't forget about Keshem Island. I think it's about 60 miles long. There's Keshem Island right there. Hold on. Google Maps here. Keshem Island. The journal said, the Wall Street Journal said that it hosts Iranian naval vessels and missiles and in underground tunnels. And Marines could go there. Also, Kish Island, which is west of Keshem, that has an airport, or Hormuz Island, where Tehran docks small attack ships. So look at these other islands here in the area. There's Hormuz Island right there. And then where's the other one they said? Where's Kish Island? I have to look this up. Oh, there's Kish Island. It's back here. Look, there's the Strait of Hormuz. There's Keshem Island. Here's Kish Island. It has an airport at it. Kish Island. Look, guys. It's a resort island in the Persian Gulf with free trade status, preserved ruins, shopping malls, and attractions, says Google. Oh, thanks so much to Dean Jude. I hope I'm pronouncing this right. Jutia. Dean Jutia? I'm hoping you pronounced that right. Thank you so much, Dean. That's really kind of you. Thanks for supporting the channel, Dean. I'm looking at oil right now, and it looks like it's getting close to 112. That is Brent crude. Nutcase says if U.S. troops land on an island, they're sitting ducks. You know what the Wall Street Journal said today? They said if Trump puts troops on an island instead of putting them on the mainland, that would give Trump a way to argue that there's not troops on the ground. It's an interesting claim. Our viewer Kim Sense thinks Karg Island would be too hard to defend, so they're probably not going to take it. Hold on a second here. Larry Fowl says an island by definition is in fact ground. Where is... Susan Priest Buchner says, I feel the USA should be a defense force only and not attack other countries. Thanks Helen Austin for subscribing on Facebook. She says it's a fab lightning storm over there. Mark Henderson said the attack in Saudi Arabia today. There were a bunch of attempted strikes in Saudi Arabia. It's unclear. I don't know that there was any actual confirmed missile or drone hits there. I mean, Saudi Arabia has been posting during the day and at night about intercepting attacks. "38 minutes ago, they said they intercepted 4 drones. An hour ago, they intercepted 3 drones. Before that, 5 drones. Before that, a missile. Before that, a missile. Before that, 2 drones." That's like the last 5 hours. Wow. A lot of lightning. In recent days, Iran has been firing a lot at Saudi Arabia. Oh, there was another article I meant to check today that a couple people messaged me about. Where's that at? Politico says that UN staff are monitoring the fallout of any U.S.-Israeli attacks on Iran's atomic sites and remain vigilant for any kind of nuclear threat. The WHO regional director said to Politico, the worst-case scenario is a nuclear incident. Israel and the UAE have nuclear facilities within the range of Iran's missiles. The WHO representative said staff are prepared for a nuclear incident in the broader sense, including an attack on a nuclear facility or the use of a weapon. We were thinking about it, and we were thinking about it, and she says, and we're just really hoping it doesn't happen. You can go read about this on Politico today. They're not saying they think there's going to be a nuclear incident, but they're saying, they're trying to plan for various possibilities. Again, the headline is Worst Case Scenario, Middle East Nuclear Concerns Haunt Top Health Officials. Kem John says U.S. is the biggest threat in the world. Oh, hold on a second. Hold on, guys. Hold on a moment. Hold on a moment. President Trump has posted something on Truth Social. President Trump, Truth Social update. Here it is, Truth Social. Here is what President Trump posted. Remember, Israel today hit the Iran's South Pars gas field, which is a very important gas field for Iran. And Iran, in response, has hit, one thing it's hit is a very important gas site in Qatar. President Trump says, Israel, out of anger for what has taken place in the Middle East, has violently lashed out at a major facility known as South Pars gas field in Iran. A relatively small section of the whole has been hit. The United States knew nothing about this particular attack, and the country of Qatar was in no way, shape, or form involved with it, nor did it have any idea that it was going to happen. Unfortunately, Iran did not know this or any of the pertinent facts pertaining to the South Pars attack, and unjustifiably and unfairly attacked a portion of Qatar's LNG gas facility. No more attacks will be made by Israel, in capital letters, pertaining to this extremely important and valuable South Pars field, unless Iran unwisely decides to attack a very innocent, in this case Qatar, in which instance the United States of America, with or without the help of or consent of Israel, will massively blow up the entirety of the South Pars gas field. By the way, part of that field is controlled by Qatar. The South Pars gas field is part of a bigger gas field. The other part's controlled by Qatar. Okay, so he says, no more attacks will be made by Israel pertaining to this extremely important and valuable South Pars field unless Iran unwisely decides to attack a very innocent, in this case Qatar, in which instance the U.S., with or without the help of Israel or consent of Israel, will massively blow up the entirety of the South Pars gas field at an amount of strength and power that Iran has never seen or witnessed before. I do not want to authorize this level of violence and destruction because of the long-term implications it will have on the future of Iran. But if Qatar's LNG is again attacked, I will not hesitate to do so. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Now, again, the gas field is in, I believe it's in the Persian Gulf. Okay? It's a gas field that's offshore that Qatar and Iran both have a part of. I don't know if it would be possible to blow up the entirety of the South Pars gas field without damaging the part of the gas field that belongs to Qatar. I'll have to look that up. Not a cat lady thinks this is exactly what Israel wanted. I also don't know if this... So it seems like part of what President Trump is trying to do here, maybe the big point here, is he's trying to get Iran to stop attacking Qatar. Now remember, Qatar, hours and hours ago, before we came on the air, Qatar announced that their very important liquefied natural gas facility, the... I can't remember what it's called. My brain stopped working. I'll tell you in a second. But Ras something, I believe it is. They said that Iran had attacked it with missiles, and there was a fire there and extensive damage. Ras Lafan. And then eventually they said, well, we've initially started getting the fire under control. And then about an hour and a half ago or something like that, then, about an hour and a half, 2 hours ago, Qatar said it got attacked again. And there's a fire there again, and there's damage there again. So I don't know if President Trump is reacting to this. Again, we were talking about an hour and a half, 2 hours ago, of this new attack by Iran on this gas facility in Qatar, the second one of the day. Now, I wonder if this means that was a serious... I don't know if we can... Does this mean there was a lot of damage at that gas facility? I don't know, but... Now, are some people reading into this some kind of nuclear threat? I mean, I don't think you have to. He does say... I don't want to authorize this level of violence and destruction because of the long-term implications it will have on the future of Iran. But Iran is very, I believe they get 60% of their domestic gas from that field, I think. Thug Aim says it's not a nuclear threat. People need to relax. Isn't South Pars on Iran land? No, it's in the Persian Gulf. I'm going to show you this. I got to show you a map of the South Pars field. This is what I need to do. Here it is. Here is a map from Wikipedia, okay? So, there is Qatar. This is the Persian Gulf. And the field is basically, I guess some of it's on land, but the field is basically, and you can see maritime border, sea border between Qatar and Iran. So the field is offshore. It's in the Persian Gulf. And some of the field is basically in Iran's maritime, in Iran's territorial waters, I guess, or whatever you call it. And some of it's in Qatar's territorial waters. And it's roughly split on that line, but not exactly, as you can see. But again, the field is divided between Qatar and Iran, and the field is in the Persian Gulf. There. So this is Qatar. That's land. That's land. This is water. This is land that juts out into the Persian Gulf. This is water. So like I was saying, I don't know how you destroy all of the South Pars part of that without destroying the part that Qatar runs. Hang on a moment. AP headline. Trump threatens to blow up South Pars gas field if Iran attacks Qatar again as war roils global energy markets. One moment here. I'm going to read you that post again by Trump in a second. Now, another thing is he claimed that the U.S. knew nothing about this attack. By the way, Bahrain says the siren has been sounded in Bahrain. Citizens and residents are urged to remain calm and head to the nearest safe place. So there's a, sounds like a warning of an Iranian attack in Bahrain. Barak Ravid of Axios just posted, contrary to Trump's statements, senior Israeli and U.S. officials said the United States did have prior knowledge of the Israeli strike and even approved it in an attempt to pressure Iran. After the Iran's retaliated against Qatar's gas fields, Trump is now changing course. That's what Barak Ravid claims, reporter with Axios. He just posted that a few minutes ago. Oh, they fixed the volume. Hey, that's better. Look at that lightning. Oh. Hold on. Again, so this field, I got to turn this down. It's too loud. It's too loud. Oh, I see some lightning back there. I could see a lightning bolt back there behind me. So again, the South Pars, the Pars gas field, it's under the Gulf. It's under the Persian Gulf. AP says in their article today, the gas field under the Persian Gulf is the world's largest gas field. It is shared by Iran and Qatar, and it's called South Pars on the Iranian side and the North Field on the Qatari side. Actually, I got this number wrong. According to AP, Iran, 80% of the natural gas that Iran uses comes from the South Pars field. They use it heavily. They rely on it heavily to produce electricity and to heat homes. So it was a big deal for Iran that gas field was attacked today by Israel. And after it was attacked, Iran said it was going to retaliate, and it listed a number of targets, energy-related targets in the region, and it has attacked multiple times today the I keep forgetting the name of it. Ras Laffan gas facility in Qatar, which is, I believe, home to the largest liquefied natural gas export facility in the world. Yeah, the world's biggest LNG export plant is at Ras Laffan. And Iran has attacked it multiple times today. And currently, the Qatar government says they are fighting a fire there. That happened earlier today. Then they said they had initially got the fire under control, and it looks like then they reported another Iranian attack a couple hours ago. All right, so given that background, let's again show you what President Trump just said about Israel's attack on the Iranian gas field and Iran's retaliatory attack on the Qatari gas facility. Here is what President Trump had to say. I will take some more comments. Hold on a moment. Let me just do something real quick. Here's what Trump said. Israel, out of anger for what has taken place in the Middle East, has violently lashed out at a major facility known as Pars gas field in Iran. He said they did that out of anger. A relatively small section of the whole has been hit. The United States, he claims, knew nothing about this particular attack, and the country of Qatar was in no way, shape, or form involved with it, nor did it have any idea it was going to happen. Unfortunately, Iran did not know this or any of the pertinent facts pertaining to the South Pars attack, and unjustifiably and unfairly attacked a portion of Qatar's LNG gas facility. No more attacks will be made by Israel pertaining to this extremely important and valuable South Pars field unless Iran unwisely decides to attack a very innocent, in this case, Qatar, in which instance, the United States of America, with or without the help of the consent of Israel, will massively blow up the entirety of the South Pars gas field at an amount of strength and power that Iran has never seen or witnessed before. I do not want to authorize this level of violence and destruction because of the long-term implications that it will have on the future of Iran. But if Qatar's LNG is again attacked, I will not hesitate to do so. Thank you for your attention to this matter. So he says if Iran attacks Qatar's LNG again, he's going to blow up the whole, massively blow up all of South Pars gas field. Again, this is a gas field that is shared between Qatar and Iran. It's the biggest gas field in the world, and it lies under the Persian Gulf. Awakes thinks he's asking for trouble? Extreme Medic thinks he absolutely would do it. People wake up. Someone has to see the map again. Hold on a moment here. Give me one moment. Again, AP says that the gas field under the Persian Gulf is the world's largest. It is shared by Iran and Qatar and is called South Pars on the Iranian side and the North Field on the Qatari side. Here is the map from Wikipedia. So by the way, you can see here's Qatar. There's Qatar, and there's the Persian Gulf, and there's Iran. Okay, right? So Qatar, this mitten-shaped thing, the Persian Gulf, and Iran. Now here's the map from Wikipedia. That's Qatar. Oops. See, that's Qatar. This is the Persian Gulf here. And then the field is in the Persian Gulf. And it's split between Iran and Qatar control. Sherry Crime Time Angels is yelling at me in the chat in capital letters saying no, 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 insisting that these maps are incorrect. By the way, the AP map is basically the same as this. This is the Wikipedia map from the article South Pars North Dome Field. I might even have another map. Nope, can't find the other one. Encyclopedia Britannica says, the world's largest non-associated natural gas field, the supergiant North Field of offshore Qatar and South Pars of offshore Iran. The New York Times says the attacks on the vast South Pars offshore gas field of Iran. All right, so I don't know how many sources you need me to say. Now, I'm guessing, I assume there's maybe facilities built over the field, right? That'd be my guess. Is like they would build facilities on top of the field in the water somewhere? I don't know. I don't know how it works. I have to look this up. I mean, I will say this. If you see those dots here? If you zoom in on these, you do see structures in certain places. Like, is this part of the gas? That looks like maybe a platform there. Is there a gas platform there maybe? That where they drill down into the field from the surface or something? I don't know. I mean, I could see that happening. You can see over here, here's another one right here. See these facilities here? So I'm just using the satellite. There's another one right there. There's probably another one right here. Oh, there's boats. Anyways, I do wonder if these are just related to the field. Seems like the right location. I can look this up. Do they have pipelines or something? I don't know how it works. It's an interesting question. How do they get the gas from the field? According to, I looked it up on Gemini AI, and it said they drill into the field. Oh, there are roughly 40 offshore platforms. So they have platforms over the field. They collect the gas at the platforms and then they send it to their coast. There you go. Then they refine it on their coast. That's how it works. Supposedly. Supposedly. Anyways. Hold on a moment here. Yeah, some of our viewers are saying that. Organized Chaos and Clarence are saying that. Hold on a moment here. New missile alerts coming up. New missile alerts. And this is going to be for Tel Aviv. Let's get the Tel Aviv camera up. Oops, I didn't have it on at the time. Let's get the Tel Aviv camera up. Tel Aviv missile alerts expected. So let's get that camera on. I'll turn off the volume on the Beirut cam. Hey, thanks very much to Stephen Kish. Thank you, Stephen Kish, who says Iran won't be good to piss off Trump more. Thanks, Stephen. Thank you also to Pilsy. Pilsy says, didn't Israel say they notified the U.S. before attacking South Pars? That I don't know. Now, I understand the question of how did the attack on South Pars work if it's in the Gulf? Did they attack infrastructure or did they attack the actual field? That I don't know. I would need to look that up. Thank you, Shaft, for your support. Thank you, Stephen Kish. Thank you, KB Camino, who mentioned Trump's post. Thank you. Thank you, Laud Will. Thank you, Kaz Michelle, Spiral Moose, Gamer Dude, and Ian. Ian thinks Trump and Israel are trying to bait Iran. Iran defies everything they say or do. If Trump can't have the Iranian oil, he will delete it and replace it with Venezuela oil and USA oil. That's what Ian thinks. Thank you, Ian from Canada. We're expecting any moment now missile alerts in Tel Aviv. Oh, guys, I missed this statement from Qatar Energy. This is from Qatar Energy, the state energy company. In addition to the previous attack on Ras Laffan Industrial City on Wednesday that resulted in extensive damage to the gas-to-liquids facility, Qatar Energy confirms that in the early hours of today, Thursday, so several hours ago, several of its liquefied natural gas facilities were the subject of missile attacks, causing sizable fires and extensive further damage. Oh my gosh. Wow. Wow. Look at this. Look at this. I'm put it up. I want to get it small because I don't want to block the picture, but there's supposed to be alerts soon. But look at what they said. That was about 45 minutes ago. I missed it when it came out. And then I'm sorry I didn't get to that sooner. So they did attack it twice. First, the gas-to-liquids facility, then the liquefied natural gas facilities, causing sizable fires and extensive further damage. That must have been what Trump was reacting to, the second attack. I reposted it on my X account. We'll look at it. We'll look at it after. We'll look at it in a little bit. I reposted it on my X account, which is pinned in the chat. Were there alerts yet? I didn't see any alerts. No alerts yet. We're expecting them at any time. Oh, hold on a second. Let me get rid of that. We're expecting alerts. Missile alerts. No, I saw some alerts from 3 minutes ago, but I think were those missile alerts or were those rocket alerts? Or could those the ones from 3 minutes ago, were those maybe a rocket alert from the north? Let me see. Let me see what is being said here. Maybe it was. That would have been fast. Did they already happen? Or no, maybe that I think that was more north. Yeah, well, I don't know actually. Maybe I had this wrong. They might have already happened. Oh, it's not live. Let me get straight here. Oh, I might have been wrong on where the alerts were coming up. I think I might have been wrong on that. Let's see. Alerts for Galilee. I think the alerts were not for Tel Aviv. I think it was for the maybe northern area. That seemed to happen pretty fast though. All right, I'm still confused. I'm keeping an eye on this. Yes, so I guess the alarms were in the north following a launch from Iran. Did anyone see anything? I'm sorry about that. Alarms sounded in the western Galilee following launches from Iran. I was incorrect, and I must have misread something online. I thought we were going to get Tel Aviv in the center, but actually, this was Western Galilee region, which is more to the north. But let me see. One of our viewers, Vira, said she saw something on Intel cams, camera 9, in northern Israel. Again, I do apologize. I hope this is obvious. You should not be relying on, if you are in Israel, please do not rely on me for your missile alerts. Please rely on Home Front Command, which is the Israeli agency, which is the civil defense agency. They are the ones to get your alerts from and instructions from. Please do not rely on me. I do my best here, but I am not the person you should be listening to. I haven't seen anything about any kind of impacts or anything. I'm not even seeing any videos so far. Yeah, I get my updates from the Homeland, from Homefront Command. I think that time I misread something. And thought it was going to be Tel Aviv, but it's not. But it's not. Right, let me go back here. Sorry for the confusion. Let's go back to Beirut and Tel Aviv. And I want to show you again what Qatar Energy said. Qatar Energy. I think one of the viewers thinks this is a boat here. I don't know if it is out in the distance. Here is what Qatar Energy said. Look at this. Here, I'll make it big for you. In addition to the previous attack on Ras Laffan Industrial City, which houses these important gas facilities in Qatar. It's like their main gas hub, I believe, their main gas facility for natural gas, liquefied natural gas. So in addition to the previous Iran attack, which happened before we came on the air, but that was the initial Iranian attack in response to Israel attacking the Iran's gas field. Okay, so in addition to the previous attack, on Wednesday, that resulted in extensive damage to the Pearl GTL gas-to-liquids facility. Qatar Energy confirms that just a few hours ago, in the early hours of Thursday, several of its liquefied natural gas facilities were the subject of missile attacks, causing sizable fires and extensive further damage. Emergency response teams were deployed immediately to contain the resulting damage with no reported casualties. And this, I believe, that second attack is what precipitated Trump's response. Truth WSYF says this is bad. Sativa says BB dream come true, pure chaos in the Middle East. Meow Meow says, can't we all just get along? Frank says it won't be over till the next Olympics. So that sounds pretty serious. I think Qatar supplies, doesn't Qatar supply 20% of the world's liquefied natural gas? Yeah, Qatar accounts for about approximately 20% of global liquefied natural gas exports. Crappy says they used to. Now, AP reports that Trump said that Israel did not tell the U.S. about this attack on the Iranian gas field. AP reports the U.S. was informed about plans for an Israeli strike on Iran's massive offshore South Pars natural gas field Wednesday, but the U.S. did not take part in the strike. Global oil prices had risen on news of the Pars field attack due to fears of Iranian retaliation on Gulf energy infrastructure. Hours later, authorities in Qatar said a ballistic missile hit the country's key natural gas site, sparking a fire that caused extensive damage, and we just heard there was a second attack on that site. Now, a whole other question here is this whole idea of like, you know, who told who and who knew what, and President Trump says we didn't know it was going to happen and Israel's not going to be doing this again. But, I mean, did the U.S. not know that Israel just went out and did this by themselves without telling the U.S.? I don't know what to tell you guys. But I mean, you would certainly expect a strong Iranian retaliation if they're able to do one, if you attacked this very important Iranian gas field. Molly Morgan thinks, of course, we knew about it. Iron Man says, who fueled the Israeli planes? Lamborghini says they probably do most things without telling the U.S. government. Sandy Doggo says jet fuel prices are going to be rough. I can't imagine this is going to be helpful for prices coming down, all of this. Brent crude right now is up to about 112, guys. What I'm looking at Brent crude around a 112 right now. Look at that lightning. I've seen different sources. They say that the South Pars gas field supplies 70 to 80% of Iran's gas. Oh, the New York Times reported that I don't know if this is true. The New York Times said initial reports said damage to the gas field was damage to sections of it that make up nearly 12% of Iran's total gas production. And the Times also says, given how heavily Iran relies on this gas field, and again, they use it heavily for domestic use, like energy, for example, and I believe heating. The New York Times says, given how important South Pars is to Iran domestically, it would be expected that they would start talking about retaliating after. Emperor Doge says this is going to make things even worse. Washington Post reports drones over base where Rubio and Hegseth live raise security concerns. U.S. officials detected unidentified drones above the Washington Army base where Secretaries Rubio and Hegseth live. They have not determined where they came from. Multiple drones were spotted over there on a single night in the last 10 days, prompting security measures and a meeting at the White House on how to respond. The drones prompted officials to weigh relocating Rubio and Hegseth. Okay, this is from the Washington Post. I will tell you more about that in a second. Where is it? I just saw that right now. I just saw it right now. It's a new story. 29 minutes ago. U.S. officials detected unidentified drones above the Washington Army base where Secretary of State Rubio and Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth live. Officials have not determined where they came from. They live at Fort McNair. Multiple drones were spotted over Fort McNair on a single night in the last 10 days, prompting increased security measures in a meeting at the White House to discuss how to respond. The drones over Fort McNair prompted officials to weigh relocating Rubio and Hegseth. The senior administration official said the secretaries haven't moved. Okay. That's out tonight from the Washington Post. I will post a link to that article in the chat for you. I am posting the link to the article in the chat so you can read it. A gift link. That is out tonight from the Washington Post. They posted it 30 minutes ago. Oh, it's supposed to be a gift link. It's supposed to be a gift link. Well, I tried. I clicked on gift link. Give me a moment here. Look, here is the actual article. Drones over base where Rubio Hegseth live raise security concerns. Updated 2 minutes ago. U.S. officials detected unidentified drones above the Washington Army base where Secretary of State Rubio and Defense Secretary Hegseth live. According to 3 people briefed on the situation, officials have not determined where they came from. Hang on a moment here. The military is monitoring potential threats more closely because of the heightened alert level as the U.S. and Israel strike Iran. Multiple drones were spotted over Fort Leslie J. McNair on a single night in the last 10 days, the official said, prompting increased security measures and a meeting at the White House to discuss how to respond. The drone sightings in Washington come as the U.S. issued a global security alert for overseas diplomatic posts and locked down several domestic bases because of threats. This week, Joint Base McGuire-Dix Lakehurst in New Jersey and MacDill Air Force Base in Florida raised their force protection level to Charlie, a designation that means the commander has intelligence indicating an attack or danger is possible. The only higher alert level, Delta, is for when an attack has occurred or is anticipated. The drones over Fort McNair prompted officials to weigh relocating Rubio and Hegseth. two of the people brief said. The senior administration official said the secretaries haven't moved. Their quarters on the base were publicly reported by multiple outlets in October. Chief Pentagon spokesperson Sean Parnell declined to discuss the drones. The department cannot comment on the secretary's movements for security reasons, and reporting on such movements is grossly irresponsible, he said. The FBI is now investigating a suspicious package that closed MacDill Air Force Base's visitor center for hours on Monday. Fort McNair houses the National Defense University and some of the Pentagon's most senior military officials. The base has not traditionally housed political leaders, but a growing number of Trump officials, including Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem, have moved onto area bases, citing security concerns. McNair is conveniently located close to Capitol Hill and the White House, but it does not have the same safety buffer as other bases in the region. Similar drone threats surfaced surrounding President Trump and other top officials in recent years as Iranian leaders sought revenge for the U.S. strike that killed Iranian General Qasem Soleimani in 2020. During the 2024 presidential campaign, the Secret Service detail protecting Trump's team repeatedly encountered unidentified drones, including during a news conference in Los Angeles and a motorcade ride through western Pennsylvania. That September, officials told Trump that Iran wanted to kill him and had multiple kill teams in the country, and while there was no evidence linking Iran to either of the assassination attempts that year, they could not rule out a connection. Anyways, Diesel Power in the Street says, remember those drones over New Jersey. So I'm just passing this along, new tonight from the Washington Post. I wonder, seems maybe concerning that the drones could get over that facility. I don't know what the procedure is with drones. Maybe they were tracking them. I don't know. It's raining again. So hold on, it's loud. The rain is loud there. I got to turn down the volume here. The rain is too loud. Too loud. Evil elites thinks that the administration knows an Iranian attack against Americans is coming. Be safe, says evil elites. More lightning. The headline from CNBC's X account right now is Trump warns to blow up South Pars gas field in Iran if strikes against Qatar energy continue. Hey, thanks so much to Stephen Kish, who says, why don't the Middle East countries that Iran attacked fight back? And how? So I understand the question. You're saying, like, why don't the Saudis and Qatar and them like join and start fighting against Iran? Well, I think one thought I've heard is that, look, they're not going anywhere, these countries. So they're going to be Iran's neighbors no matter what. So they don't want to have an adversarial relation. One thing is the long-term consideration that they don't want an adversarial relationship with them in the future. And they don't want to invite attacks from them in the future. So now maybe they also are concerned for the near term. But, you know, it's from what I understand, it's out of self-interest and not wanting to have more attacks, even more attacks from Iran on them. That's, I think, the basic idea. Also, I think a lot of these Gulf countries just want things to settle down. But I mean, these Gulf countries, a number of them, they see themselves as providing like this, in theory, safe, stable investment environment, and I would think it's not good for that kind of thing if you and Iran are on these hostile terms, and Iran is threatening to or attacking you all the time. There's articles about this, several articles I'm looking at right now. So, for example, one thing, The Economist had an article on this called, Should the Gulf States Join Attacks on Iran? They say a lack of trust in America and Israel, internal divisions, and the risk of domestic strife all hamper a unified response. They say The Economist says that some people in these countries think that the Gulf states might paint a target on themselves, only to watch America pack up and leave soon after. These Gulf states worry about what happens when the war ends. Oh, they say, though, the Economist says, though these Gulf states are monarchies, they cannot ignore public opinion. Bahrain is a particular worry. The island's Shia majority on Bahrain has long complained of discrimination at the hands of its Sunni rulers. Mass protests in 2011 were brutally repressed by Bahraini police and armies from other Gulf states. Those grievances have not gone away. In some videos of Iranian strikes on the kingdom, the people filming can be heard cheering the attacks. Were Bahrain or other Gulf states to join the war against Iran, it might stir up fresh domestic unrest. The business community is starting to grumble too. They point out that Dubai would prefer to stay neutral and is in the whole thing. Hold on a second here. These are just some of the considerations. Let's see here. I was trying to give you some more thoughts on that question. I mean, there's a Fox News had an article about this, and one of the things the Fox News article said is Gulf governments say their priority is defending their territory while preventing a wider conflict that could destabilize the region and global energy markets. CNN had an article about this where they said Gulf states are deeply wary of being drawn into a wider war, the long-term consequences of which they may ultimately have to manage alone. A UAE official told CNN, at the end of the day, you are neighbors. The Jerusalem Post had an article about Gulf states hesitating on response to Iran. They say some Gulf states are concerned that if the regime survives the war, they will have to continue dealing with the regime, and they want to maintain some sort of decent relationship with it. Also, the Jerusalem Post says some Gulf states are worried that if they join the war against Iran, there could be an escalation in Iranian strikes against them. Anyways, these are just some considerations that I've seen cited as for why you don't have Gulf states joining the U.S. and attacking Iran, joining the military attacks on Iran. Thank you, Stephen Kish, for the question. Thanks also, I am Charlie. Thanks to New Creation. Thanks to Sobek. I appreciated Sobek. Thanks also to Sunny Jim. Guys, the sun is coming up there. The sun is coming up. Sirens? Where? Oh, alerts in northern Israel. Hey guys, northern Israel alerts. You can check Intel cams. This is northern Israel. Anyone see anything? Enigmatic says nothing yet. Okay, I don't know if what happened there. Again, I don't have myself a camera I can show you from that area. Austin said viewers on Intel Cam said they saw an interceptor go up in Haifa. Oh, our viewers on Facebook. We'll stay on a little while longer, but if you're watching on Facebook, the stream on Facebook is going to end in 10 minutes because Facebook ends the stream after 8 hours. So if the stream ends on Facebook, I'll restart it, but just want to warn the Facebook viewers. Also, shout out to our awesome moderators. Oh, before I do that, let me just say I also owe a shout out to Tolina Wood. Tolina Wood, thanks for the Facebook stars. Also, our awesome moderators. Ruth over there. Thank you, Ruth, for moderating. Really appreciate it. I got that fire. Mark HNC, Matthew Kohai 3, Sarah Surly Dev, Charlotte Webb, Margaret Riley, K. Lowry Body, Paul Anderson, Linda Belk, Larry, Misha. Thank you, all of our moderators. Sun is coming up. I mean, there's like developments all the time. You know? You can see this headline on Reuters. Iran blames Israel for a gas field attack, fires missiles at Qatar and Saudi energy facilities. Things certainly seem to be escalating. Things certainly seem to be escalating. What's going to happen in the coming day? I can't even tell you. No reports of casualties from the last missile alert, according to MDA, says Channel 12. It says 12 News Israel. No reports of casualties. Scott Salmon says, hopefully within the next week or two, this will be all over. I don't know about that. I mean, again, as I've said again and again and again, the Strait of Hormuz is effectively closed. That is not something acceptable to President Trump. So something's got to give one way or the other. Something's got to give. Dan says war by tweet. Javier Valdez says it's a never-ending war. Trump start cannot end. William Runner thinks it's a war of attrition. Zombears says Iran won't be left alone until the U.S.'s plan is finished, whatever that may be. Kudi says troops. Who knows what's going to happen? I think we may be getting close to that time. What do I say? What do I always say during our coverage? It's a marathon, not a sprint. It's a marathon, not a sprint. So, as I like to say also, if there's some huge major development, I can always come on and do another stream. Thomas Malloy says, this is messed up. By the way, I think I'm going to have to restart the Facebook stream. Facebook, I think we're at like 1 more minute. I'll probably restart it for the end. Anyways, I really appreciate you guys joining me for this stream. Do we have more alerts or not? Let's see. Maybe more alerts. We might stay on a little longer. Let's see. What does it say? Oh no, the event has ended. It says the missile alert event has ended. N12 News says it appears the recent missile fell in an open area. So, subscribe and follow Agenda Free TV. We cover all kinds of live breaking news without an agenda. You know we'll have more coverage of this. Oh, I have to restart the Facebook stream. Even though we're wrapping it up, I will restart the Facebook stream, just to end it. Hold on. Facebook stream is restarting now. the very short part 2 of the stream. But I really appreciate everybody tuning in. I thank you so much for being here during our coverage tonight. We will be covering this more. You know we will be covering this more. And like I said, if in half an hour there's some enormous new development, we can just do another live stream. Nothing is keeping us from doing that. But really appreciate you being with us. And subscribe, follow Agenda Free TV. We cover all kinds of live breaking news without an agenda. And make sure you turn on the notifications. We have our own notifications set up because I never know when there's going to be some big new news and I'm going to rush on the air. But hang on a moment here. But you can. We have free notifications. You can sign up once, and you'll get sent a message every time before we go live, letting you know we're going live. So the mods will post a link to the notifications in the chat. You can also find the notification sign up in the description of this video on YouTube and Facebook. But sign up for the notifications. I would recommend that. And I will post updates about the news on my X account, which is at Lookner. You can follow me over here, at Lookner on X. I will be posting more there. Again, huge shout out to our moderators. I owe a couple other thanks to people. I'll thank them in a second. But first, our moderators are so great. Ruth is over there moderating. Ruth has been moderating a bunch tonight, and all of our other YouTube moderators. Thank you, Ruth. Again, we could not have our chat rooms without the moderators. They make the chats possible. So thank you so much, mods, for keeping an eye on everything there, keeping it civil and respectful in our chat. Also, I got that fire. Mark HNC, Matthew Kohai 3, Sarah Surly Dev, big thanks for moderating on Twitch. Linda Belk, Larry, and Misha on X. Hey, Facebook, I came back on even though we're wrapping it up. Chris Sear, thanks for subscribing on Facebook. Chris says the war is turning into a house of cards. Kay Lowry, Body, Margaret Riley, all of our other moderators on Facebook. Huge thanks over there. All of our mods, thank you. Oh, and thanks, by the way, to everybody who supported the channel tonight. Your support is what allows this channel to exist. So thank you so much for your support. For example, Mustafa Ozer gave 10 people memberships. Hey, make sure you thank Mustafa if you got a membership from Mustafa or somebody else, or you got a gift subscription for somebody. Make sure you thank them. That's really nice of you, Mustafa. Thank you. Also, thanks E1991M, who says, I don't like how vulnerable the U.S. and our allies have been. Sounds like we don't expect targets like oil fields to be attacked. They are critical infrastructure, but have zero defenses. Now, I don't know what defenses all these different energy sites have, but we're seeing a number of them get attacked, certainly. Thank you, E1991M. And also, Peggy SoCal, thanks for being a member. And thanks to all of our Twitch supporters as well. Anonymous Gifter over there. Thank you. Oh, also Gamoff 5 on Twitch. Big thanks. Saselchi. I forgot to thank Saselchi over there. Thanks for subscribing. You know what? I got behind thanking people on Twitch again because I never thanked Dusky 10 FPS. Ugh, sorry, Dusky. And Kepulikepi, I owe thanks to. And thanks to Lisa Messer for the gift memberships. Hey, make sure you thank Lisa if you got a membership from Lisa. Thank you, Lisa. For those on X, I'd recommend following us on X because I also post there before we go live. You get a heads up there when we're going live. I post updates about the channel there at Agenda Free TV on X. Oopsie. And what else did I want to mention? Our Discord chat. You can chat with other viewers for free in our Discord chat when we're not on the air. A bunch of our viewers like doing that. It's the same link as the free notifications link. You can check out the chat there. Thanks to our Discord moderators who help out with our Discord chat. Thank you. And if you are on YouTube, I would suggest turning on our YouTube notifications. That can help you find out when we're live. If you want to turn those on, what you need to do is subscribe to the channel and then click the bell and choose all notifications. If you're already a subscriber, well, click the bell and choose all notifications. Thank you, Sobek. I will be checking my messages. Thank you so much, Sobek. I appreciate it. Much appreciated, Sobek. Let's see here. Shout out to our Facebook subscribers. Tilina Wood, Chris Sear, Margaret Riley, Kay Lowry Body, Robert Rial II, Sharon Klassen Goslin, Kristen McConnell Gates, and all of our others. Thank you. Thanks to Ron Ramos for watching. Hey, Joshua Randall Wilson Turner is a subscriber. Thank you. And all of our other Facebook subscribers, huge thanks. Our Twitch subscribers, Flawless, Gamoff 5, Wall Street and Shaggy, Strong One, Allistic, Annie Cush, Gina Pina, Chi-Town Bear, Bogan, 04, 2 Bretsky, Munchie 2K, Douthis, Los Gatos de Wilson, Shave Ezra, Tatsiki, My Mind Spray, Devil Doc. Thanks for subscribing. Sandy Doggo, Constant Juicer, Gina Pina, Bill Huang. Bill says oil to 200. Bretsky, did I say? Thanks to all of our Twitch subscribers. The Keen Bean, thanks for subscribing. Thank you, Jack's Animals. Thanks for subscribing. Barcodable as well. And our YouTube members, shout out to you. QXR, Davy Crockett Goes North, Gemini, Rose Evelyn in Maine, Turned Off, the one and only, Daniel Klingenberg, Sherry Riddle, CAC 813, McLovin Wants Beer, UV Lightning, Gary Baines, Sloppy Cho, Gregory Scherer, Haruna Q, Waltham Mass, Platinum Dose, Olin McKinney, Gemini Rose, Eric Johnson, thank you. Alert? What kind of alert? We might have to stay on. If there's a missile alert, well, maybe we'll stay on for it. Can stay on a little extra. There will be, it's northern, another missile alert is expected in northern Israel, where I don't have a camera. Northern Israel alert is coming up in the coming minutes. Northern Israel. Launch from Iran. We will keep an eye on that. Again, launch from Iran towards northern Israel. There are going to be alerts there. Oh, thank you to Sasiad, who says you can check Haifa Cam at 5:24:30, and you will see a missile. You mean Intel cams, right? I'm waiting for the alerts to happen. Thank you, by the way, to Sasiad. Sasiad, I'm looking at Intel cams. If I saw anything there, but I have it kind of small on my screen. Thank you, Sasiad. Again, we're waiting for anticipated missile alerts in northern Israel. There's a, well, I don't know if that's a missile alert or if that's like a Hezbollah rocket alert. There's one. Maybe we'll see more. Because once in a while you get these rockets fired from Lebanon, and you might see an alert like that. Oh, is there a new ship alert? Hold on a second. Let me check something. All right, that's gone, but I don't know that that was the missile alert. That might have been rocket. UK MTO warning. New breaking news. This is very interesting. This is, guys, this is a ship incident, but this is right near Ras Laffan in Qatar, is that gas facility that Iran attacked multiple times in the last day. Well, look, thanks to the viewer for mentioning this. I hadn't seen this. Thanks to our viewer who pointed it out. UK MTO has received a report of an incident 4 miles east of Ras Laffan, where a vessel has been hit by an unknown projectile. All crew are reported safe as well and well. Now, I don't know when the report time was about a couple hours ago, it sounds like. 1:30 UTC would be like 9:30 Eastern, I believe, if I have that right. So that would have been a couple hours ago. Actually, yeah, 2 hours and 18 minutes ago. But it looks like Iran attacked a ship 4 miles off the coast of Ras Laffan, in addition to attacking Ras Laffan facility. Now, I don't know if this is a ship that was carrying liquefied natural gas or something from the facility. So that sounds like maybe part of Iran attacking that facility. I think that's technically happened before President Trump posted, because President Trump did not post longer than 2 hours ago. President Trump posted when? About an hour and 40 minutes ago. Oh, we have alerts in the north. There are alerts in the north. You might want to look at Intel cams, because that's the missile alerts you can see. Missile alerts right now in northern Israel. I'm looking at Intel cams. Did anyone see anything? You can see it right there. Some people are saying they haven't seen anything yet on... Ooh, I saw a flash. I just saw a flash on the northern Israel intel cam. But it might have been lightning. But I saw a flash on the northern Israel intel cam. Did anybody else see this? I was peeking over there and saw something. Maybe it was lightning, though. Might have been lightning. It's been bad weather. There was a flash, says SWAT. Sloppy Joe says yes. All right, I'm gonna see if there's any reports on it. We were about to wrap up, but I said I'll stay on for the missile alert. I'm waiting to see if there's any reports on this latest missile attack. Trying to find out more. Don't see anything yet. I'm waiting for some word about the latest missile attack. Oh, I think I have an update for you. I think I have a quick update before we go. Oh, I had missed this one. You know, I never saw this one. This was from Qatar, from little gunfire there. This was from Qatar from like an hour ago, where they said civil defense has fully contained 2 of the 3 fires in the Ras Laffan industrial area with no injuries reported. Cooling and securing operations at the sites are ongoing, while the explosives group of the Internal Security Force is carrying out its tasks and handling any hazardous elements. This is it's the most important gas facility in Qatar, and it's been attacked multiple times in the last day by Iran. after a key Iranian oil, gas field was attacked by Israel. Let's see. Homefront Command says the event has ended, the missile event. I haven't seen anything about any kind of hits, any missile falls. I'm waiting to see if we hear anything about that. No reports of falls or injuries received from MDA. All right, guys, on that note, we've said our goodbyes. I got to wrap this up. We're going to have more coverage. And again, we will have more coverage. And if there's some big, huge development tonight, I can do another live stream. Just check one thing here. It's time. It is time. Need a break. All right. Thank you again, guys. I already did all the good nights. I really appreciate you being here. And again, I will certainly... Oh, thank you, Street Media Network. We already talked about it, Street Media Network. Thank you. Already talked about it. Hey, so thanks again for everybody for being here. I appreciate it. Thanks for all the good nights in the chat. And I will keep an eye on things. We will have more coverage. That's it for now. Thanks to our mods, and we'll see you soon with more live breaking news coverage right here at Agenda Free TV.